Good morning, everyone. Mike Flanagan here from InsideBowling.com. Joined this morning here in the booth from the Kegel Corporation, Doug Dukes. Doug is responsible for putting the lane pattern down here at this year's 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic. What are the bowlers bowling on today?
They're bowling on a pattern that was actually designed by Nick Hoagland. It's 40 feet, almost 27 mils. It's going to be pretty interesting to watch, especially in the team event. There's not a lot of loads down lane, so we're stopping at 9 to 9 on the forward, and doesn't give them a lot of room to move in as the team event rolls on. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays. This center typically plays a little bit longer than what the patterns are normally designed for, so it should play pretty good.
This is my first year here at this event, Doug. Have you been here before?
I have never been here as the lane technician. Back in my coaching days, I was here as a coach for the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, but it's been quite a while. I'm still very familiar with the center, designing patterns and things of that nature, but this is my first time at his tournament as a lane technician.
My first time as well. I'll tell you what, the Smyrna Bowling Center here in Smyrna, Tennessee, this is the first time I've been here since 1998. I was actually here in 98 as a youth bowler competing in a junior gold event.
Wow.
And they're open 24 hours here.
Yes, they are. It's very nice to be able to walk in the building at 4:30 in the morning or 4 a.m. to do lanes and not have to worry about somebody being there with a key.
Since 1998, NCAA collegiate women's bowling didn't even exist back then. And it's awesome to see how far that's come along here in the sport. We are looking at lanes 27 and 28 and 29 and 30 for our coverage here over the next 3 days. And on lanes 27 and 28, we have Howard University versus Youngstown State. And over on 29 and 30, we have Prairie View A&M versus Lincoln University. And Doug, today they're going to bowl 5 games Baker style. They'll switch lanes after each game, and then the total pinfall will determine which lane they bowl on for the 5th game. So that's considered a match here today. And we'll have 5 of these matches for you. So 25 total Baker games today on Inside Bowling all day long here. Vanderbilt University, of course, the host of this event, and this is the largest NCAA women's event in the country, I was informed this morning. Did you know that?
I did, and John does a great job. He's pretty much called in the A-team for everything here. He has Kegel doing the lanes, you doing the live streaming, Rick Barbera from Brunswick as the head official. He runs a really good program, and he runs a very good tournament, so hats off to him.
Yeah, and I have to get a plug in for this year's 2017 InsideBowling.com Open. Logo Infusion, Ebonite International, the sponsors of those events, or of that event. I will be there. Rick Barbera is going to be running the scores, and I just found out yesterday from you that you'll be doing the lanes for us.
That is correct. I will finally be there again. I haven't been there in a couple years. Always done the patterns for you, but it'll be good to be back out pushing the button again, making sure everything's right.
Certainly appreciate that. And I talked to Chris Chartrand not too long ago just about Kegel's involvement with so many different bowling events and the investment that you guys make into bowling by just sending out yourself, Gus, and the rest of the crew, along with the new Kegel flex machines and all that. I want to personally thank you on behalf of all of these tournaments and all of bowling for what you guys do at Kegel.
It's pretty amazing this year. I'm more involved now with tournaments than I have been in the past, and I believe we had 55 of them on the docket this year. Junior Gold will have 16 machines at 7 different centers. Just the logistics of chemicals, shipping machines, and having the manpower to do everything across the globe it's a pretty amazing feat.
Yeah, it's not cheap to ship out lane machines, and then I don't know about you, but I freak out every time I even grab my live streaming equipment and want to ship it or anything like that, because anything can get jostled around. You've got a lot of mechanical failures that can happen by just a board being moved or whatnot. So never never easy.
No, it's there's $60,000 worth of equipment here today. You know, we're running 2 machines to get everything done in a timely fashion. But knock on wood, everything's usually pretty good.
We want to welcome in all of our folks here on YouTube that are watching today in the chat. I want to say hello to Chaz, Zarnarian, Ramon, John, Steve, Nico. Welcome in, everyone, to this morning's broadcast. Once again, Mike Flanagan and Doug Dukes here starting out this morning on our broadcast. We are in game number 1 of this 5-game match between Howard University versus Youngstown State over on 27-28 and on 29-30. Prairie View A&M and Lincoln University. We will have 5 of these matches for you today. Also coming up in our matches today, we will have in match number 2, St. Francis College against Tulane, St. Francis University against Louisiana Tech. In match number 3, it'll be Mount Aloysius against Franklin Pierce, Jackson State and University of Central Missouri. In match number 4, we'll have Bethune College and Louisiana Tech. And we'll have Sam Houston State versus North Carolina A&T State University. And in match number 5, we'll have University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. They'll actually be facing off against a bye, and in Fairleigh Dickinson and Elmhurst College. So those will be the colleges that we will be covering today during these 25 games of Baker. And it will go pretty quickly today. And I know, Doug, you get in here at what time to oil the lanes?
This was an easy day. I didn't have to come in until 6 a.m. We just had the ITCs last week. I've been here since then, and that was 4:30 in the morning. We were fired up running the first lane.
And this lane pattern again for folks that are just joining us. What should we kind of sort of see here today? How many total milliliters of oil out on the lane? You think they'll be attacking it from the outside portion of the lane? One more time, just kind of go over that lane pattern for us.
No problem. It's 40 feet, just a little bit shy of 27 mils. You're looking at ratios of basically 2 to 1 to be easy with it. And, you know, this center, as I said previously, typically plays a little bit longer than what the pattern distance actually is. Typically, we'll see with the women, they're going to carve it out pretty good toward the outside. And it'll be interesting to see with, you know, not very much on the reverse and the 9-to-9s on the forward, that's your last load in the middle, what happens when they actually have to start to get in later on in the day.
Teams competing here, we have Arkansas State University, Valparaiso, Tulane, Stephen F. Austin, Vanderbilt, of course the host, Louisiana Tech, also Fairleigh Dickinson, Monmouth, St. Francis College from New York, Sacred Heart University, Long Island University from Brooklyn, St. Francis University from Pennsylvania, Alabama State, Alabama A&M, Prairie View A&M, Texas Southern, Jackson State, Sam Houston State, number 1 ranked McKendree, Elmhurst, Lincoln University from Missouri, Maryville University, University of Central Missouri, North Carolina A&T State, University of Maryland Eastern Shore. They go by Humes, by the way. I don't know if you know that or not. Humes. Howard University, Bethune-Cookman, Delaware State, Mount Aloysius, University of Alabama Birmingham, University of Wisconsin Whitewater, Youngstown State, Lincoln Memorial, Adelphi, and Franklin Pierce. That is our field. Those are a lot of teams, and I'm sure that I didn't pronounce them all 100% correct, as I'm used to calling singles and doubles tournaments.
I think you did pretty good on
Doug?
that. There's and there's a lot of up-and-coming schools there. A lot of new hires and coaches, things like that. A lot of jockeying for positions as far as rankings go. You know, obviously McKendree with the O'Keefes, getting a hold of them. They've done wonders with that program. You know, Sam Houston, I mean, Brad took that team from conception to 4 years national championship, and Delaware State's on the move. They just hired a new coach. There's a lot of up-and-coming schools that are starting to do very well.
Doug, you get to go to the best events in the country, and out of the country, I should say. I shouldn't limit it to just the United States, considering you travel over to Europe. There's a nice split conversion there on lane 28 for Youngstown State. But going to collegiate events, there's just a different atmosphere compared to your singles events and whatnot. Talk a little bit about what you see at the NCAA collegiate events that you don't see anywhere else.
Oh, it's 100% different. The noise for the first part. I mean, these girls,
yeah.
you know, they're on their feet for 8 hours a day, and they get fired up. I know last week at the ITC for the final 4-game block, you couldn't hear yourself talk, think, or anything else. I mean, the kids were just aggressive. It's a lot different than what we see at, you know, something like the Masters or the U.S. Open per se. And overseas it's the same way. It's not quite as loud and boisterous over there as it is here. I'll be traveling over there the 1st of April, actually, for the European Youth Championships. So it's a little different atmosphere when you come to the collegiate events here in the States. But it makes it exciting for the fans as well, you know. It's pretty interesting.
For sure.
I missed that one, opening the 10th for 2:09.
Yeah, and I'm working on keeping everybody abreast at home, being able to stay up with what the scores are. So I'm working on my graphics. This is one of the more advanced graphics packages when you're trying to tell the story through the numbers here. As the ladies finish up game number 1 of our 25 games here today. This is a best of 5, or actually a total pins of 5 match here, what we have going on in front of us. Doug, I really appreciate you coming in and spending some time this morning. Rob Gottschall is going to join me during the 2nd and the 3rd match. You're welcome to stay as long as you like here. It's always good to have a guest, but I know that you got up early this morning, so you just let me know whenever you need to go.
No problem. We'll be banging away on the keyboard soon, returning emails. So,
how many emails you get a day?
I don't know how many I get a day, but I collect all my emails and I don't ever delete them. I want to say the 5 years I've been with Kegel, I believe I have somewhere around 25 or 30,000 in my inbox. So I get quite a few. A lot of what I get now, honestly, is doing patterns for tournaments. I know I have 3 or 4 to do when I get back to the hotel this afternoon.
And that's not easy to do.
No, it's not. You know, lane surface, lane machine, what oil they're using. You know, when's the last time they changed certain parts on the machine. You know, what the format is, what the scoring pace they want. There's a lot of factors we plug in when we design patterns. And it always helps when we've been to the center, but there's still a lot of factors to plug in.
All right, let's see if I can get these scores up for everybody. I believe I can.
It's a little fancier than the last time I sat in the booth with you.
Well, we're working on the graphics, buddy.
Looks good.
We need almost a full-time graphics person. All right, let's see what I can do here. We're going to call this match 1, game 1. All right, let's see what I got for you, folks. So here we go into game number 2. Just to recap, Howard University bowled 209. You will now see them on the right side of our left pair there. Youngstown State 170, game number 1. And over on lanes 29 and 30, you will see that Prairie View A&M bowled 160 over Lincoln University 143. Game number 2. Underway. Oh, wow. And that's when you have a flat oil pattern, throwing a spare ball at a 6-pin. You just go right by it, just to the right. That's the worst.
It happens.
Do you bowl much yourself anymore, Doug?
You know, being on the road 150 plus days a year, I don't. I miss it some, but being in different centers and being in the environment for over half the year and then having to commit to a 36-week season that you can probably only bowl 10 weeks, I just don't get the opportunity anymore.
The lanes will not be re-oiled between matches. We did have a question here in the chat. And I want to say good morning to our other viewers that are coming in. Make sure down below you can increase our ranking on YouTube by hitting the little like button down there, a little thumbs up button. The more of those we get, the more we can get ranked higher on YouTube's live streaming of sports today. Make sure you support collegiate bowling and just support the sport of bowling by giving us a like down below. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, make sure that you do. Subscribe. You will always get notifications on whether or not when we go live and what events we have going on. Once again, we will be back tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning again for 5 traditional team game matches. And then we'll be back on Sunday where we will crown a champion. I'm looking forward to seeing the action then. The best bowling right in front of us come Sunday. And wow, that was a really odd leave over there on lane 29, the 457. It didn't look that bad. See if she can pick it up.
From what I saw last weekend, Carey was actually pretty good in this building. And it varies in different parts of the building, but there's another one almost left.
So you've been here for how long now?
I arrived when did I arrive? Last Wednesday, I think, to get set up for the ITC. And, you know, I did that tournament and then visited some centers around the area and stopped by John's place at Vanderbilt because he has his own facility there with one of our machines. And took a look at everything for him, gave him the thumbs up, and headed to Ebonite. And took a look at their stuff over there and came back here to get set up for this one.
We're talking with Doug Dukes from Kegel. Nice enough to join me this morning, responsible for applying the lane condition, make sure that it's consistent across all the lanes and there's an equal playing field for all of these teams here at the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic. I want to thank Columbia 300 for their sponsorship of this event and sponsorship of Vanderbilt University, Vanderbilt to host. Do you know how far Vanderbilt is away from here? I don't know the area real well.
It's about 30 minutes. So not too bad at all. I even hit a little traffic and it was only about 30 minutes.
It's crazy. The more events I go to, the more events Rick Barbera is there, making sure that all the scores and standings are taken care of. Love having Rick around.
He's the best.
He is the best. Maybe he'll join us for dinner this evening as well. Although I know that he's a hot commodity. Everywhere he goes, he's got people lined up out the door, ready to treat him.
He's a legend, that's for sure. He's been doing this for 45 years. So.
You know, Rick Barbera actually trained me as a Brunswick manager.
Really?
In the late 1990s, early 2000s.
The bowling world gets smaller and smaller every year.
It does. So interesting angles of attack here. I've been seeing a majority of the young ladies playing out, and then I've seen a few of them playing in.
And I think a lot of that's going to be, obviously style, and it'll be interesting to see what happens as some of the higher ranked teams get on these pairs. Unfortunately, with a field this big, it's like anything else. You have some that just have one attack angle and some that have multiples. So I think your best carry percentage is, going to be somewhere around the track area versus outside or inside from the beginning. And once they carve that track area out, you can get in and bump it a little bit. I think they're really going to open up. But we'll see what happens. It's all about who you follow.
It's a good-looking shot by Youngstown State. I like their jerseys, too. The penguins on the shirts. You can do a lot with jerseys these days.
It's a lot different than when I was competing, that's for sure.
We've seen a couple of fouls out there. Over here on 27 and 28, we saw a foul in the 10th frame, and now we've seen a foul here in the 9th frame.
They had, I believe they have one on 29 and 30 as well in the 10th.
What causes that?
They could be a little slick from what they're used to at home, something like that. But it's pretty odd because I saw. And I guess today's game, they're teaching them to get very close to the foul line. But I saw more fouls, at the ITC last week, too, than I was used to. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Lindenwood, who had the longest running streak for championship appearances, they had a foul either in day 1 or day 2. And unfortunately, that was a F6, and they ended up not making the cut by 3 pins. It's becomes very important. Over 64 games, that's pretty amazing.
See if I can get an answer to that question here in the chat. Had a question here in the chat. Are any of these teams ranked? And, and then they don't have numbers next to it. Can you believe that? I got to actually count. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. Howard is the 37th ranked team in the country. I'm gonna have to do that again. Youngstown State. What'd I say? Howard was 37?
32. Honestly, I don't remember.
About 24th for Youngstown State. Prairie View. There's Prairie View. Prairie View is ranked 20th in the country. And Lincoln, Missouri is down the list a ways, but ranked nonetheless. So there's your rankings for you. You ask, you shall receive. And if you want to find the complete rankings, you go over to ncaa.com/rankings/bowling/NC. That's how you can get there and check out the current rankings. You get the scores down. I'll get the scores updated for you. It's 358 now for Youngstown State. What is that, 154 and 167?
Yes, sir.
$297, 327, 188, 183. All right, let me get that graphic updated. So we go into game number 3. Okay, your scores are updated. So as you can see up on your screen, Howard University now switching back over to the left lane, 392. Youngstown State, 358. And on 29 and 30, Prairie View A&M has a 30-pin lead over Lincoln University, 327 to 297. We're live here from the Smyrna Bowling Center in Smyrna, Tennessee. I am Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com, joined by Doug Dukes from the Kegel Corporation. Kegel takes care of the lanes for many events throughout the country, including this one here. And we've been thanking Kegel this morning, and they help take care of the InsideBowling.com Open coming up here in April in Indianapolis, April 28th through the 30th, and Doug will be there as well for that. So glad you're with us this morning. We are in game number 3 of this 5-game match. It's total pinfall, and we'll have 5 of these for you here today. Coverage today, again on Saturday at 9 a.m. It'll be traditional regular game bowling. 5 of those for you. And then Sunday will be the finals. Do have a question here about the schedule for today. I went over it earlier, but I'll do it again. In the next match, we'll see St. Francis College against Tulane, St. Francis University against Louisiana Tech. And match number 3, we'll have Mount Aloysius against Franklin Pierce, Jackson State, and University of Central Missouri. Match number 4, we'll have Bethune College and Louisiana Tech, Sam Houston State, and North Carolina A&T State University. That's a mouthful. University of Wisconsin-Whitewater will be facing a bye in match number 5, and Fairleigh Dickinson will take on Elmhurst. I feel organized now, Doug.
You're the best. I'll tell you that North Carolina A&T, that's going to be one to watch in the future.
Really?
Just hiring Kim Terrell as the head coach.
Is she here? Like, is she's already in?
Oh yeah, she's here. Yep.
Okay.
She's been here all this season. They hired her in, and I give her a good couple years to turn things around there. It's going to be impressive.
I really do like everything about that young lady, Kim Terrell.
She's one of the best.
I really admired her her personal career on the PWBA, LPBT, whatever you want to call it, from back in the day.
Yep.
A very simple, powerful game back in the day is how I would describe the way that she bowled. And she was a bulldog out on the lane. She was tough to beat.
No question.
Talk about a family dedicated to bowling.
Yeah, they're both great people. Her and Eric, they've done a lot for the game, and they know the game very well. And like I say, it'll be interesting to see how much that program turns around and how quickly, but I think they're going to do a great job.
This event I know has been live streamed 3 other years on Bowl TV. If you're not subscribed to Bowl TV, the USBC channel, make sure you go and subscribe to them as well. They do a lot of streaming and do a great job. And I don't think that they streamed this event last year, but we're happy to put it back out there for the world to see. The largest NCAA women's collegiate bowling tournament of the year is here. But I will be 100% straight with the folks at home and straight with you, Doug. I'm a little out of my element when I come to these collegiate events. I like to be able to have some insight about each one of the young participants or to know something, and it's impossible to do.
Especially, here. They rotate every 4 years, and it's the same for me. I mean, I was in this gamut for almost 8 years, from 03 to 2012. And I know a lot of the coaches, but the players and everything else, they're in and out. And you might have, I'm not sure, looking at the rankings, you might have almost 20 out of the top 20 teams in the country.
Yeah, I didn't see Nebraska.
Nebraska's not here, right?
On this list, right.
That might be the only one.
Yeah, so McKendree is here. Arkansas State is here. I'm just going over the rankings according to what I have as of March 9th. Nebraska was number 1. McKendree was announced that they're number 1 here, so I guess there's been a change. Arkansas State is here, they're number 3. Sam Houston State is number 4, they're here. Vanderbilt is the host, they're 5th, they're here. Fairleigh Dickinson is here. Stephen F. Austin is here. Humes is here. Delaware State, did I see Delaware State?
Yes.
Yep, Delaware State is here. Central Missouri, Sacred Heart, yeah. Did I see Sacred Heart on here?
Yep, Becky's here.
Yep. So yeah, you're right. I think we have everybody except for Nebraska.
That becomes very important with selections coming up in a couple weeks. A chance to get a lot of PowerPoints here.
I'm actually surprised Nebraska's not here.
I don't have the answer to that question. I know they hosted a tournament a couple weeks ago, whether it was last week or the week before, but I was a little surprised myself. That would have rounded out probably 20 out of the top 20.
Nice game, 229, but an open in the 10th for Lincoln. Lincoln University from Missouri, I must say. I will say everybody's really cool here, too. I've had several coaches come by and thank me for being here.
They're all very appreciative. Anything we can do to better a tournament or to better the sport, most of the coaches are going to thank you for it and appreciate it wholeheartedly. The staff here is wonderful as well. It's me being here for the entire week. Anything I've needed or just watching them interact with customers, this is a top-notch facility for sure.
I actually stream again next weekend. It'll be the Southland Bowling League in Jonesboro, Arkansas. So back-to-back weekends of women's collegiate bowling for me. And I'm on I don't know what they call that, but I'm on a 15-day road trip.
We call that normal.
We call that normal. Yeah, and I'll tell you a little traveling story when we go into the next game. I'll tell you a little fun traveling story that I think you'll really appreciate. And maybe you can share one with me.
A good one or a bad one?
Mine's going to be, I think you're going to enjoy this. I thought she was going to pick that right there, too, on lane 29, by the way. So pretty good scores over there. 229 and 194.
Pocket 710 on the 27.
521 to 526 over there in the Prairie View Lincoln match. So you will see the teams get a little out of whack here a little bit as far as what game they're in. So I will update the graphic. They're in game number 4 over there on 29 and 30. I will get that graphic updated for you as soon as 27 and 28 completes. And then Doug and I will tell some traveling stories during game number 4. If you've not watched our broadcast before here, we provide you the scores, we provide you the pictures, and a lot of times we like to just talk about things that are going on, especially through qualifying, just because we think there's a lot of great things we can talk about in bowling, and you get to see everything right in front of you there. So hopefully, if this is your first broadcast, we don't call every shot and explain what's going on all the time. So
that's why you have so many followers. It's interesting.
Well, and that's a great plug there, Doug. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do. We're trying to grow that thing a lot. I've got this whole philosophy on one day we could get our YouTube channel to 100,000 subscribers or so. We could generate enough revenue through our YouTube channel just from people watching that we can do some really great things for bowling. It doesn't mean we're going to line our pockets with the money. It means there's just a lot we want to do, and extra revenue like that could really make some really cool things happen. We have this idea of wanting to have 4 events a year that pay $20,000 each on a singles level. I mean, we got a lot of stuff we want to do, so
it's pretty awesome.
Help us get there. 179, 178. So 570 against 537. 570. $537. Okay, so as we go into game number 4, you see the updated scores up above. You see Howard University with 570. They're on lane 28 right now. Youngstown State switches over to lane 27. They have 537 in this match with 2 to play. This one and one more. And on lanes 29 and 30, you see now after a big 229 game by Lincoln, Lincoln University now pulls ahead of Prairie View A&M. 526 to 521. Prairie View A&M bowling on lane 30. Lincoln University now up on lane 29. So Doug, let me tell you about this travel story. So I live about 45 minutes from the airport in Utah, and I'm not used to living that far away from the airport. I know many people would say that's not really that far, Mike, but I'm used to living like 5 minutes from the airport when I lived in St. Louis, 5 to 10 minutes. So anytime I book a flight that's before 8 a.m., there's a really good chance that I could miss it. Okay, I've only missed one, but boy, I've got some close calls. So the closest call of my life happened yesterday. Set my alarm for 5:30 in the morning. I got my backup alarm at 5:40. The backup didn't go off, so I get up at 6:20. My flight leaves at 7:40.
Oh boy.
Everything's packed, so I didn't have a chance to do my normal 25-minute nice hot shower to wake up that early in the morning, so it was throw on a hat, freshen up as best as I could, and hit the door. So my girlfriend Kim brings me to the airport, drops me off, and I get there at 7:24. And the doors to the plane are going to close at 7:30. Security line is out the door. But I happen to notice this little area where there's a business select preferred line, and there's 2 people in it. And I don't even know if I am business select. I couldn't even tell you. But I'm like, I'm going to sell it today. So I walk up there looking like I just know, like this is every day for me. Just walk up, hand them my stuff, my boarding pass, put my phone down, say hello to the TSA agent. They said, have a safe flight, Mr. Flanagan. Went right into the line. I said to the people, I said, hey, look, I'm in a big hurry. The doors are going to close in 1 minute to my plane. Any way I could get through security and try to make this flight. A couple people kind of got out of the way. I went over. I put my things through. I had gate A1, so I didn't have to go far. I walk over. There's 6 guys in line waiting to board the plane. I'm like, oh, I'm safe. I'm good. No. The doors closed. Those 6 guys, plus me, plus 3 more that came in behind me, we were all running late to get on this flight.
Really?
They gave away all the seats is what they said. They gave away all the seats on the plane to standbys already. And I guess I was not going to get here on time, right? So they said, well, let me see what we can do for you guys. So they reopened the door and they say, we can take 2 of you. And I said, hey, I have a commitment that I need to get to. I said, I don't want to be that guy right now, but I am traveling alone, and if I could go, that'd be great. They all go, oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Really?
I get on this plane, and I sit in 29C, which is an aisle seat, which is perfect. I made that flight. The other guy that they were going to let on got on, and there were no other seats, and he had to get off. So I was one of 9 to make this flight. I made the flight. I got here on time, and we're streaming today.
It's pretty. Buy a Powerball ticket. That's pretty impressive.
Isn't that a wild story?
That's a good story, though.
It is.
Good karma.
And I've had so many close calls flying out of that airport where, I mean, there's smoke coming off the tires. I know all these shortcuts around the airport. There's 2 different terminals. I know if the line's long at one, you can go over the Delta terminal, and I know the quickest path to get there and try to run through and get through. And here's the thing I say every time I go through this situation. I need to be TSA pre-approved, and I have not yet gone and paid the $85 to do it.
I'm going to tell you, global entry is the best thing you can ever do.
I know.
Especially fly. I mean, obviously, we fly in and out of Orlando a lot when I go to headquarters. That line for security can be an hour and a half long. TSA pre-check, 5 minutes.
Yeah. And I still have yet to do it. So it's just I'm insane, man. But anyway, so there's a travel story for everybody at home. I hope you enjoyed that travel story. That was my story yesterday. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if I couldn't have got there.
It's a pretty long drive.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have got in at like 7:30 or 8 o'clock last night into St. Louis, which means I would have shown up here 1 or 2 in the morning. But it is a 24-hour bowling center,
exactly.
So I could have probably just not slept, set up.
You could have set up and been ready in the morning.
We do have a question here. Is there live scoring for the entire tournament? I'd like to follow along with the other teams as well as the ones on your featured pairs. That's a really good question. That has not been communicated to us here in the booth. I'm not aware of it, but I will tell you that if I get standings dropped off over here at any point, which I think they do after each match, I will for sure take a picture of it and tweet it out on the Inside Bowling Twitter channel. I'll definitely do that. Mike Flanagan here with you. 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic hosted by Vanderbilt University. I'm sitting here with Doug Dukes from Kegel Corporation. I cannot thank you enough again, Doug, for sitting in with me. It's always better to have a person to sit here and talk to, especially as we're getting ready for the event and just kind of getting dialed into this coverage here. It's always a little bit different every time you go somewhere, just like you have to deal with the topography of the lanes and just kind of the lay of the land.
I appreciate it. Hopefully the ratings won't go down too bad.
Last time you were on, they went through the roof.
Oh, get out of here. I'll tell you, you were talking about funny travel stories, and you just happened to talk about TSA pre-check. I just got my global entry a couple of years ago. You have to go through an interview process for that.
Okay.
So I sit in the interview. I'm actually in Chicago during a tournament, and back home at the airport, I had to wait 2 months, and I could get right in Chicago. So I walk in to do my interview. Well, they obviously ask you where you've been, what you've been doing, et cetera, et cetera. When they start the interview process, they look at my sheet, and we do a lot of tournaments around the world. So I've been to the Middle East 3 or 4 times. I was at Charles de Gaulle right before, the attacks in Paris.
Okay.
All of the countries I've been to. It was supposed to take 30 minutes. That was a 2-hour interview. I didn't think I was going to get my global entry.
2 hours.
Almost. It was not good.
Wow. I heard those things take like 10 minutes.
Mine did not. I guess I had little red flags everywhere, unfortunately.
So we are getting underway in the final game of the first match between Prairie View and Lincoln. And I can tell you that the updated scores is 722 for Prairie View and 673 for Lincoln. And I will have that graphic updated as soon as Howard and Youngstown State have completed. Prairie View A&M and Lincoln University from Missouri a little bit ahead of the ladies over here on 27 and 28. We are in our first match. We'll have 5 of them for you. Rob Gottschall from Ebonite International is going to join me during matches 2 and 3, he said. So hopefully he'll be able to do that. And maybe I'll find a guest for 4 and 5. And hopefully once I'm completed here today, Mr. Doug Dukes and I could have some dinner this evening.
I would love it.
Now, where did you say, where were you talking we should go?
Hickory Falls.
Hickory Falls, okay.
In between here and the hotel, and it's a local restaurant. Absolutely amazing.
How many times have you been there so far since you've been here?
I've been there, I think 3 out of the last 6 nights I've been in this territory.
So you'll be able to help me understand what's good and bad?
It's, for a 10-ounce steak and 2 sides and a drink, you're looking at less than $25.
Wow.
And it is very, very good quality. It's pretty impressive.
Maybe they'll sponsor our booth next year for the plug.
I was going to say, tell them we gave them a good plug.
So 197 for Howard, 187 for Youngstown State.
10th frames have been tough for both these pairs.
So let me update that graphic. $767 for Howard. 724 Youngstown State. When you sit in a booth like this, you have much more of an appreciation for what ESPN does. When they put up those graphics of this person's completed this many passes out of this many whatever. People in a booth doing this.
Pretty impressive.
There is your update. So we'll recap here heading into game number 5. I realize that our match on the right side is already about a third of the way through the game, almost halfway through the game. But Howard University has the lead over Youngstown State, 767 to 724. And in our other match, Prairie View A&M He's got a pretty considerable lead here, 722 over Lincoln University, 673. But Lincoln now with a triple is trying to put a little heat on. Well, my apologies. Actually, they had lane choice and they didn't switch lanes. So that's
Correct.
actually Prairie View continuing on, actually. So Prairie View is going to get the win here.
If I'm not mistaken, they host a really good tournament as well at the ITRC, Prairie View Invitational.
Yeah, I remember watching some of that, I believe. I believe that was streamed on Bowl TV. So the teams, do you think anybody will go 5-0 today?
I haven't taken a look at the bracket. There's some good possibilities.
Yeah,
though.
I don't know. I mean, there's just way too many. I can't even keep up with who's where and what and who's got the best strength of schedule. But I guess the team. I don't know how often teams go 5-0.
It definitely happens, and it happens more often than not. But you know, I think McHenry, obviously, any of those top-ranked schools, depending on who they have the opportunity to go 5-0. Let's see what they're see who they have on the schedule.
Well, McHenry is G3. So G3 is bowling E3 Alabama State. Then they bowl Prairie View A&M. Then they bowl E2, which is Alabama A&M. Then they bowl C3, which is Fairleigh Dickinson. That could be a tough one.
That could be a good one.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they bowl G2, Elmhurst.
I could see the possibility of them going 5-0. I got the opportunity to watch them last week, and don't quote me on this. I believe they actually outscored the men at the ITCs last week.
Really?
Yes, and it could have changed in the last block because I was already in the hotel room by then. But it's a pretty tough squad.
Do you know any of the individual ladies on that team?
I do not. I do not know a lot of the individual players here, unfortunately. A lot of the coaches, but not the individual players.
Ken Roper here in the chat says, my brother's interview for that Global took 4 hours due to quarterly trips to China and Turkey. His brain was fried.
Oh, I can sympathize. I can sympathize.
And Tony Campagna, I will see what I can do on the Kyle Barnes dinner buying. I want to welcome in all 84 viewers this morning. Thank you for coming in and watching some inside bowling coverage here of this NCAA Women's Collegiate Bowling. Mike Flanagan and Doug Dukes here in the booth with you. And we are, if you are just joining, we are in the 5th game of the first match. Total pinfall. And we'll have 5 matches for you today. We got started about 9:40. So we are looking at about an hour a match with 5 minutes. They take a 5-minute break between games.
Correct. Everybody, they don't start that 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, until the last team finishes, and then everybody starts at the same time.
Which is great for the live streaming booth graphics team.
Good call. I never thought of that. Good call.
Yeah, I actually petitioned for that years ago, knowing I would be here at this event at this very exact day. And, you know, every once in a while I get a little pull. I will say, just watching this first game kind of transpire, I see a lot of talent out on the lanes. I know we've only watched, you know, I'm only looking at these 4 lanes, and that's what everyone at home is looking at. But I'm just looking at all the styles, and just look at how the future of bowling is so bright. I mean, I'm seeing many of them stay down until the ball hits the pins, good form. You know, good style, different styles, different angles of attack. A lot of positive karma in the building. Really cool.
College bowling is something special, whether it's, you know, the club side or the NCAA side. Not only will you see a lot of talent from the States, but there's quite a few international players here.
.166 for Lincoln. That's going to put them 839 will be their score. And Prairie View,
220 plus.
Really impressive. Prairie View bowling games of 160, 167, 194, 201, and they're going to have another game in the 200s here, possible 225. So really nice bowling here this morning from Prairie View A&M. They should feel really good about how they've recovered here after bowling 160, 160, and they're going to bowl 600, 600 plus for the last 3 games. So 222 it looks like. .222 puts them at 944. Just one match to finish up here. Once again, Howard 767, Youngstown State 724. And from the looks of this, it looks like Howard is going to defeat Youngstown State. .43 pin deficit would have to be overcome. Although there is a strike there in the 8th, still giving some hope here for Youngstown State. Possible 201. No conversion on the washout there. Possible 187, going at a 167 pace. So Youngstown State must strike out to really have any chance here to try to get the W here in match number 1. But hey, I've seen stranger things happen, and we've seen a couple of fouls out there and everything else. Not wishing that upon anyone by any means, but wow, there you go.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, a couple of hammers in the 8th and the 9th. I like to call strikes hammers.
I'll remember that. I might use it. Can I steal that?
Yeah.
All right.
You got to go up and get yourself a hammer. Oh, but look at that light mixing strike there in the 9th. That's gonna about solidify this thing, I think. Let's see. 43 pins. Must strike out. That comes in light for, I like to call that half a loaf. Half a loaf there. Only 5. Wasn't a bad looking shot either. It was right on target, hit the 1-3, just no entry angle.
I'll tell you, it's going to come into play how the center plays a little bit too. You know, if you play the pattern by the sheet, you're probably not going to have a very good day.
Oh, really?
Characteristics of this center are they tend to play a couple feet longer than what the pattern normally is. So sometimes that's when getting the pattern ahead of time is actually a little detrimental.
I can see that. So 888 for Youngstown State. Triple eights. Howard University. Still bowl 167. It's amazing to see how many young ladies are on every roster as well. A lot of bowlers in the building.
There are. There's a lot of balls in that ballroom down there, too. Good grief.
176, actually. 176. 13, 7, 14. 943 for Howard.
Solid win.
Get our graphic updated.
I'm going to let you get set up for Rob. I definitely appreciate you letting me sit in the booth for a match.
Doug, it's been a pleasure, man. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully tomorrow you could join me again. I would appreciate that. It's always nice to talk to the guy who put down the lane pattern. I know you didn't necessarily design the lane pattern, but it's always nice to kind of understand what's going on out there and what you see. And with your collegiate experience, being a former coach yourself, offer some really nice insight for the folks at home, and really appreciate you educating me and the folks at home with your knowledge. So really appreciate that.
No problem at all, and we appreciate everything that you do for the sport and the game and getting it out there to the people. So thank you for that.
Okay, that's Doug Dukes from Kegel. Thanks so much, Doug, and we will be back here with match number 2 here in just a little bit here on Inside Bowling. We'll leave the camera on, and once again, thanks everybody for coming in and watching our broadcast here today. We'll be back with match number 2 here shortly. Coming up here in just a few moments, we will have our match number 2, St. Francis College from New York taking on Tulane. St. Francis University from Pennsylvania taking on Louisiana Tech. Got a bit of a bowling ball issue here. They're making announcements about the bowling balls. There's so many bowling balls here. They're concerned for people's safeties of the bowling balls rolling off of tables and chairs. Lots of bowling balls. There are 35 teams here, with about 7 ladies per team, with probably 6 balls each. So that's 42 times 36. 1,200 bowling balls. 1,200 bowling balls in the building. And if we were to take that a step further, let's think about this for a minute. If there's 1,200, here, I'm going to actually get some real numbers here. 36 teams times 7 ladies, 252 bowlers, 252 times 6 balls, 1,512 bowling balls. So there's 1,512 bowling balls times, let's say the average cost of a ball, including spare balls and everything, is around $165. We have $249,480 worth of bowling equipment here today. We need a security guard at the door to protect the equipment investment. Pretty awesome. St. Francis University coach from Pennsylvania came over and asked if I needed to know the ladies' names and everything, and I appreciate him doing that. We just have not, we haven't instituted that here today with all the moving parts. But I'm looking forward to getting a look at a new set of teams here. 4 new teams come into our picture. Looks like our table was bumped a little bit. I'm gonna work on that. We got folks, young ladies down there saying hello to mom at home. They know where the cameras are, that is for sure. Try to work on this picture-in-picture here. Move this a little left for you. The camera got bumped a little bit. There we go. That should take care of it. Let's see. A little bit better there. So action underway here. Match number 2 of 5 today. I am Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com, and you are watching the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic here in Smyrna, Tennessee at the Smyrna Bowling Center. Smyrna Bowling Center opened in 97 or 98. I was here during the first year. Smyrna always gracious hosts of promoting bowling at the highest level, whether it's the youth highest level, junior gold. I was here for junior gold qualifier years ago, or whether it's collegiate bowling like this or singles events. Great bowling center, open 24 hours. If you're in the Smyrna area, you should definitely come down and check out this bowling center. They do it right, and awesome people here run the center. St. Francis College of New York taking on Tulane. St. Francis University of Pennsylvania taking on Louisiana Tech. They have to just make it a little confusing for me, don't they? So I have to say St. Francis with a strike. Well, which one, Mike? Well, I'm going to call them New York and PA. How about that? St. Francis NY and St. Francis PA. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button down below. It's a red button. And subscribe to our channel. It'll let you know instant notifications of when we go live again. We will be live again next weekend from the Southland Bowling League Championship from Jonesboro, Arkansas. More NCAA collegiate women's bowling we'll be bringing you. I will work on trying to get you some scores when I can. Hopefully they'll be able to give me some scores. Hey, Rick. Whenever you have scores, will you bring me a copy?
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Sorry if I screamed in your ear, everybody, but I had to run down Rick Barbera Just asked him if I could have scores whenever he's got them, so I'll have those for you. Thank you, guys. So I've got some spectators behind me here in the booth. This is a packed bowling center. I would say, well, we know there are, what did I say, 140, 150 young ladies here. No, it's more than that, 250. There's probably another 300 people on the concourse. Maybe 400 people here. I did mention that I would be joined by Rob Gottschall from Ebonite International shortly. Also, he's the tour rep, and he also is quite an accomplished bowler himself. So I'm looking forward to spending a little bit of time with Rob, and if you have any questions for Rob, we can get those put in for sure. Also, another plug that I'd like to give is we just launched a new YouTube channel. Inside Bowling did. We've been around since 2010. So we were 7 years into what we call Inside Bowling. And we've really turned into a streaming service and market for bowling. We do social media, things like that. Well, we just launched a new YouTube channel called Inside Bowling Spares. And our goal with that channel, as we see the 8-9 split on lane 28, absolutely just perfect shot, splitting the 8-9 there by the second bowler for Tulane. But Inside Bowling Spares, go subscribe to that channel. Our goal is to have every possible spare conversion, an example of how to pick them up on the Inside Bowling Spare channel. Currently right now we have like 3 videos up, like the 5-6 by Justin Knowles that was bowled at the Bradley Open. We've also got the 8-10 being picked up by Tony Mendiola. No, not Tony Mendiola. He's the one who just called me on the phone. I apologize. Tony Manna. Tony Manna, very similar name. Tony Manna was the guy that picked up the 8-10, and that's on there at the Fusion Realtors Community First National Bank Open. And then you'll also see Rob Gottschall is going to join me in a minute. I'll even ask him if he saw the clip, but where he picks up the 3-6-9-10, and Bo Burton and Dave Lamont are on the call. So if you want to go see those videos, they're short little just how to pick spare videos. Make sure you go over and subscribe to the Inside Bowling Spare channel. It's pretty cool. We're trying to grow our overall influences. We almost just saw the 4-6-7-9 converted. I thought that pin was going to slide over there and pick that up. And then also, of course, if you don't follow us on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, just type in the URL and then /Inside Bowling on any of those 3, and you can follow at Inside Bowling. And we really do appreciate everyone that does love bowling, subscribing and taking a look into what we do. We do care about bowling very, very much, and we know that you do too. So if you're just joining us for this broadcast, 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic, this event's been going on for several years. It's the largest NCAA women's tournament in the country. We're happy to be here bringing you the coverage. Lanes 27 and 28, 29 and 30 are our featured pairs. We'll be here all weekend, today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Coverage pretty much from 9 until 4 each day. Action doesn't really get going till about 9:30, so but our stream will be up a little bit earlier than that to make sure everything's up and running perfectly fine. and you get to see some practice, national anthems, things like that. Vanderbilt University is the host of this event. John Williamson, Josie Ernest, and the rest of the folks involved with Vanderbilt bowling. Thank you for the opportunity to come and stream the event. And this is the largest, as I said, NCAA event in the country. So hats off to them for doing a great job growing this event and building this event. If you do have a question in the chat for us, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Edmund Wing says, "Go Terriers." If you go to YouTube as well and click on the 3 lines in the upper left-hand corner if you're watching on a desktop, and then you go down below that to a section called Browse Channels. And then once you go to Browse Channels, you click on the sport icon, which is a basketball, and then click Sports. And you can go down below to see live events that are streaming. And you will see right now that we are ranked 5th online out of all things streaming right now. And we thank you for that. And the way you can help get us higher than number 5 is by liking this broadcast down below on your screen. If you're watching a post-produced version of this on YouTube, you can also give us a like down below to improve the rankings and make more people see bowling. It also helps support our channel as well. So we have 191 for Tulane, a good opening score. 204 for St. Francis University of Pennsylvania over on our right-hand pair, 29 and 30. 198 for St. Francis College of New York. And a possible 161 for Louisiana Tech. And that score is 161. Get our graphic updated for you. We'll get that up on the screen. So there you have it, 198 to 191, St. Francis College in New York over Tulane in the first game. Remember, it is total pinfall for 5 games on whether or not you win the match or not. So Tulane with an 8-7 pin deficit. And Louisiana Tech, 43 pins behind St. Francis University of Pennsylvania. Keep in mind the teams do switch lanes after each game. So St. Francis College of New York is now on lane 28 and Tulane is on lane 27. On lanes 29 and 30, we have St. Francis University is on lane 30 and Louisiana Tech up on lane number 29. I will get to see Louisiana Tech next week at the Southland Bowling League, where we'll be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I told you guys that I'd be joined by Rob Gottschall during this game, and he now sits next to me here in the booth. Hello, Rob.
How's it going today, Mike?
Good. It's been a little while since we've sat in the booth together.
Yeah, holiday doubles.
Yeah.
But it feels like forever ago.
Yeah, it does. I think that event, though, was more like, you were competing and stuff. This is more like you're actually a color commentator. I like that.
Yeah, I don't get to compete much anymore these days. But the holiday doubles was a good time, bowling with Tom Doherty and everything. But, now we get to watch some college bowling today.
Yeah, we're having a good day so far. It's been nice. We had Doug Dukes this morning talking about the lane pattern, letting everybody kind of know about that. Kegel does so much for just bowling in general, but specifically college bowling. And we've been looking right here on the screen. It says Columbia 300, Music City Classic, Columbia 300 logo, and in your I don't even want to call it a new role anymore. In your established role now with Ebonite International, I know the collegiate programs are something that's very near and dear to you. It's something that you oversee. And Vanderbilt being in the backyard of Ebonite International, and Josie and Kyle and that whole program being very, very close to you, I know this is a special one for you to come and be part of.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough, 3 years ago. It's almost been 3 years since I moved to Tennessee and working at the plant in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Vanderbilt actually played a really big role in me moving here. I was volunteer assistant coaching for the season prior to that. So it was kind of a dual thing. I was helping their program, got a little in at Ebonite. I've obviously moved up within the company a little bit in the 3 years. And, it's great to be a part of this program, this event. Obviously, John and Josie from Vanderbilt are, dear friends of mine. But, for Columbia and Ebonite International to be a part of the largest NCAA tournament of the year and the season finale, it's a big deal for us. And, we're happy to have them as one of our programs that we sponsor and support, along with quite a few others that are in the field this week.
Yeah, kind of last minute, I got the opportunity to come here. I know John wanted to try to get us here last year and just couldn't quite get here. But now that we're here streaming this year, we're going to try to mark this on the calendar for every year. And I've been personally impressed with the organization of this event. The field that is here, 19 of the top 20 teams are here.
And the 20th team was a late scratch just a couple weeks ago, I believe. University of Nebraska, Bill Straub and Paul Klempe's team, they withdrew from the field just a couple weeks ago from what I heard.
Oh, that's good information. We were talking about that earlier. We were wondering why they weren't here. And I was looking at the rankings, Nebraska, McKendree right there at the top. And then all the other teams just right on the cusp. You got Sam Houston State, Vanderbilt, the host team. And the thing we were talking about earlier, too, is just even in our first matches, we didn't have the highest ranked teams in front of us. But the young ladies, they finished each shot till the ball hit the pins. They had good form. They had different styles. And just the overall atmosphere here and looking around at how they bowl, the future is bright in bowling.
Absolutely. And especially in the women's game, you see it a lot. The fundamentals, the traditional fundamentals, as you would say, in today's game, are much more sound on the the female side of the game, to where You see them post more shots. Their trail legs down. It goes back to the core basic fundamentals. You know, the men's game has changed a lot just because there's so much power involved. And you'll see quite a few female players in the field this week that, you know, have a lot of power as well, but it hasn't gone to the extreme that the men's game's gone with the two-handed styles to the, you know, I remember in the day when 400, RPMs for rev rate was a lot.
Yeah.
And now that is the bottom end of the elite category as measured by, you know, many people. So, yeah, it's truly great to see the progress that NCAA bowling's made over the last, 10 or so years since it began. It's got a lot more competitive. It's got, more and more programs are competing at the top level now, to where when it kind of first started, there was the handful that dominated all the time. And you still have your powerhouses like, the Nebraskas. Arkansas State's had, arguably some of the best recruits in the country. They just haven't been able to get it done and win a national title yet. But, there's these traditional powers, and, girls are growing up wanting to go to these schools just like people do in football and basketball.
Absolutely. We've got a standings update from Rick Barbera also. Arkansas State University, as you just mentioned, they lead after match number 1 at 11:26. Just 3 pins behind is McKendree at 11:23. Sacred Heart is third at 10:65. Fourth is Adelphi at plus 10, or they're at 10:46. I always use the plus. I'm used to singles tournaments. Excuse me. University of Central Missouri at 1,012. Delaware State University at 1,006. So 6 teams are plus. Vanderbilt is in 7th. St. Francis University of Pennsylvania, right here in front of us, is in 8th. University of Maryland Eastern Shore, otherwise known as UMES, at 969, or in 9th. And in 10th, University of Wisconsin Whitewater at 966.
Yeah, I was able to watch. I was chatting with Brian O'Keefe and Matt Farber from McKendree a lot during the first round, and I watched the majority of their match, and McKendree did a really, really good job breaking the pair down. They used some bigger balls with surface. You said you had Doug from Kegel in here. The pattern is very playable, but at the same time, you have to make some good shots. They did the right thing, and they kind of blew the pair open. I believe their low game of their 5-game Bakers was like 213 or something.
Wow.
It'll be interesting to see how that pair kind of plays out the rest of the day. Vanderbilt's actually on that pair this game.
Cool.
So, but yeah.
It's a 40-foot in length oil pattern. If you're just joining us, 27 milliliters of oil, 2-to-1 ratio. And Doug actually talked about this center plays longer than the pattern shows, just because of the topography and the pattern memory of this bowling center, so to speak.
It does. I've been fortunate enough to bowl quite a few tournaments here since I've moved here, and obviously being around the Vanderbilt program, know a little bit about this center, and it does play very, very tight down the lane. I compare it a lot to the Orleans in Vegas.
Okay.
And ironically, the bottom half of the house, it almost plays like 2 centers, though. Lanes, I think it's 1 through 14-ish. They had a roof collapse here. I don't remember how many years ago it was, but basically the low end of the house was kind of rebuilt. So the pairs play much different on the low end, but the majority of the high end of the house plays much tighter down lane, or like Doug said, plays much longer than the oil pattern. In the past couple years, they've actually used a shorter pattern here at this event, but because of the way the center plays, it plays much tighter than a normal 35 or 36-foot pattern.
We are in game number 1 of our second match today. We have 5 total matches for you. This morning we saw Howard defeat Youngstown State, and we saw Prairie View defeat Lincoln from Missouri. .118.
I see you writing the scores down, Mike, and you had mentioned the 118 by Louisiana Tech. A little interesting background on this program. They actually came to the plant yesterday for a tour and a little bowler ID session. Matt, the head coach at Louisiana Tech, he was previously the head coach at Valparaiso University, just took the job over this year down at La Tech, and he has only 5 girls. Only has 5 on the roster. They've made a lot of progress in his first year there. Obviously first game score of this match, a little bit of a struggle, but he's got a potential 4 to 5 recruits coming in, basically going to double his pattern or his roster for next year. And he's only got 1 senior going out, so he's going to have 4 of the girls returning, along with potential 4 to 5 recruits coming in for next season.
Super nice guy, too. I got to meet him last year at the Southland Bowling League, which we're actually streaming next weekend. So many good people in college bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. And people like Matt that, since the NCAA started, he's pretty much kind of dedicated himself, to NCAA bowling and collegiate bowling. And he's got so much passion, so much, fire inside. They have this basically computer program that some of the coaches have created to track all the statistics of all the teams that the coaches must submit after each event they bowl, so they're able to keep track of their All-American standings, the team standings, all this stuff. He says they've got it down to such a science that they pretty much know exactly how the NCAA ranking system works for the NCAAs. And he was telling me that there's pretty much six of the 8 teams are pretty much locked in to the NCAA championships coming into this weekend. So, this being the season finale, the largest field of the season, there is a lot on the line for about 4 to 5 programs that are battling for those last 2 spots in the NCAA championships, which are being held in Baton Rouge in the convention center this year, Easter weekend.
Yeah, which is really cool that they're doing that there.
It's cool they're holding both. They have the NCAA championships the week before, basically Easter weekend, and then right after that, USBC Collegiate hosts their championships, where they have the singles championships on the Tuesday after. They have their practice day and banquet on the Wednesday, and then the intercollegiate team championships start, right after that on Thursday and go to the TV shows that are taped on Sunday.
So we are actually in game number 3 here, so I'll go over the scores real quick. Just updated them up on your screen. St. Francis College from New York, 363 in a close match with Tulane at 356. And then over on lanes 29 and 30, we have St. Francis University from Pennsylvania at 376. And Louisiana Tech with a little bit of work to do at 279 after 2 games. Rob, you're busy. You got a lot of things going on at Ebonite International. You're the men's tour rep. You're the women's tour rep. You oversee events like this and get to as many as you can. You also are a very accomplished bowler in your own right. How do you juggle your life, and how do you make all of these things happen? Like, I couldn't even imagine with everything that's on your plate. It's almost like Thanksgiving dinner. What do you eat first? How do you do it, and tell a little bit about kind of what you're doing now and how you manage it all?
Yeah, I mean, you described most of my core job responsibilities. Along with doing the tour rep duties, I also oversee our sponsorships of the PBA, PWBA, the USBC, TNBA, and collegiate stuff. I don't think I could balance it out if I didn't have passion. I love the game of bowling. It's done a lot for me. I started off the way I guess a lot of younger people did back in the day, where I was a bowling alley rat. I hung out. I would help pick up trash, so they'd let me bowl for free. Got just a couple free games. That led to getting a job as a porter or a floor boy. Kind of depending what part of the country you come from, what they call it. Worked my way up to working the front desk, to then become an assistant manager at a bowling center. Then eventually managed a couple centers. got into the pro shop side, learned that as a kid, started managing a pro shop. And then I bowled quite a bit, and I got into competitive bowling. Started traveling all over the country, as young as 18, 19. I wasn't fortunate enough when I was younger to have some of the opportunities these kids have where junior gold wasn't around when I was a youth. I went adult at 17, 18 so I could get those experiences. There was no real benefit to staying a YABA bowler at the time, staying longer.
I personally kind of miss that a little bit, like a Pete Weber moving up at 15. I mean, some kids do it now. There's no reason to because of all the things they have put in place. I was talking earlier, too. I bowled a junior gold qualifier here in 1998. That's the last time I was in this bowling center. The center had just opened. So it's interesting just how things have evolved. And in 1998, NCAA wasn't even thinking about bowling.
No, and I think we still do have a few of those type of stories. With Anthony Simonson, for one, he out on tour, became the second youngest person to win a title behind Norm Duke. Ironically, kind of was the youngest, but then because of the tape schedule for the TV, he had to wait, and he actually was too old when he officially won the title.
Right.
But yeah, there's pros and cons to it. I think you're really elite type player like the Anthony Simonsons, they're going to go take their crack. But there's so much experience to be gained on this collegiate level and junior gold level now that you're in a sense competing in a PBA or PWBA type atmosphere from when you're 13, 14 years old.
Yeah.
Where the only way to get that back in the day was to get out there and get your feet wet with the big guys.
So you started out in a bowling center, and you and I very, very similar paths as we've talked about before, and then you've had all this success bowling, and then you had the opportunity again with Ebonite International, and what's it like being a tour rep? Like I gotta imagine that even though there's a lot of difficulties with managing all the personalities and all the long hours, but it's just got to be a dream job for you.
Yeah, It was a dream come true just to compete with those guys when I was competing, more often, and I, take a stab at a major or two each year. But now when you're in the moment, you don't really realize it till you kind of come back home, and then all of a sudden you tell yourself, I'm working with the best players in the world, and it just means a lot to be able to do that and enjoy it. And, some of the guys and gals have become, lifelong friends, and ultimately they're pretty much my family. And not just inside our organization and the people we sponsor and support, but amongst the others,
Yeah.
But we always say bowling's a very, very big industry, but at the same time, it's a very, very small one as well.
And you got the PWBA coming up here pretty soon. I want to give a shout out here actually in the chat also to Chris. We'll see you next weekend, Chris, at the Southland Bowling League Championship. Really looking forward to it. And Chris Mikowski, he's an awesome guy, promotes bowling with the Southland Bowling League, and he's promoting and cheering on the Southland teams today. But with the PWBA coming up, when does that officially, is it a month away?
5 weeks. Last weekend in April, the weekend of your InsideBowling.com event, which unfortunately I'm not going to be able to bowl this year.
Right.
But, yeah, we first stops out in California. The first 3 stops are in California. We bowl Roner Park and Sacramento. Then we head down to Southern California. And the first swing wraps up in Baton Rouge at the Queens. So, yeah, pretty excited. I know.
Do you know the date of the Queens, by the way?
I have it in my phone. Let me pull out my phone.
We're working on the job here, too, right now.
Yeah.
I've been putting together my schedule, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but
the Queens is May 17th through the 23rd is when the TV show airs on the 23rd, live.
I think that's going to be May I'm going to try to take it easy because I have a very, very ridiculous March, April. So I think the Queens cover that, and we'll do make my visit to EBI that month, and I think that's going to pretty much do it for that that month.
Yeah.
And then with June coming up, you've got Bowl Expo and then Junior Gold coming up. I know you were heavily involved with the Junior Gold sponsorship too. It's going to be a busy summer for you, and obviously with my involvement with Ebonite International, a great partner of ours. Love the relationship, love working with you and everybody there. We're in for a roller coaster of a summer.
Yeah, we got a crazy summer. We got the PWBA starting up. Then Bowl Expo is actually here in Nashville.
Yeah.
Which is only an hour away from our plant, just over an hour. So we have a lot going on Bowl Expo week. Prior to that week, we have our national sales meeting internally for the company. And then, PWBA still going on right after Bowl Expo, and then we go into Junior Gold, which for me, the Junior Gold trip in Cleveland is going to be 2 weeks long, helping out our friends at Turbo, Lori and them, working at Turbo Tech, doing some seminars, presentations for the kids and the parents. And then we'll follow that up with a nice little 10-day run at Junior Gold, the largest youth bowling event in the world.
Do you miss bowling, man?
Oh, I do. I miss it a lot. But when I moved and took the job, I obviously still had the freedom to bowl a lot. And then as I've gotten some promotions and moved up a little bit in the company, some of those opportunities have gone by the wayside. But I moved for long term. I was thinking 5, 10, 15 years down the road. I wasn't thinking about, what's going to happen in the next year or two, stuff like that. So I do miss it. And I'm still bowling league every now and again, but I've been nursing a wrist injury, and I'm probably going to end up having to have surgery on it just to get it right. But I feel extremely mediocre right now, and it's mentally hard. I always felt I was one of the best mental players out there, and now I feel mentally weak just because I'm not physically able to perform at the level I expect and want to. So I'm still learning as well. I haven't dealt with anything like that in quite a long time, but just like these girls are learning each and every game and shot they throw, I'm still learning as well, and I've been involved in the sport for about 27 years now.
Yeah, well, to those of you that are listening that haven't been around the Inside Bowling broadcast for a long time, that's really how Rob and I met. I showed up and started streaming these bowling tournaments, and at every single one of them, Rob would be there. I specifically remember you being at every one of them, and Liz Johnson being at almost every one of them. And I watched you guys consistently perform and always there in the finals, to the point that you became a household name to me, and it always makes it easier on our broadcast. And that's when we, struck up our friendship. And I will tell you, when I go to these events, and I don't stream as much as maybe I used to or whatever, or at least singles events and stuff, but it's just not quite the same without you in the field. And I truly mean that. It's just, it just doesn't quite feel complete. I mean, I get where you're at, and I completely applaud you and support you 100%. But we miss you too out there. There's no question.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, and there was about a 5-year run where if it paid over $5,000 to win, I was pretty much going.
Yeah, and you had people in different cities that would give you their couch.
Yeah,
that you could stay over at for a few days. And
yeah, and I've met so many people through the sport of bowling around this country, and they're friendships that'll last forever. And there's so much negative on social media these days, but part of social media and why it was created was the social aspect. And it's social media allows you to keep in touch with these people, or follow along with their life without being able to have a conversation with them all the time.
Hey, you mentioned something to me about a T-shirt today, and we didn't have a conversation about that.
Which T-shirt?
The Inside Bowling T-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Because you saw it on social
media. I said we've talked about your new logo and stuff, and I think it's fantastic. And then you and Kim did a little live thing the other day, and I didn't even listen to it. It came through my feed. I saw it, and the first thing I noticed was he's got his own IB T-shirts now. I thought they looked great.
That's funny. We do have an update here. I updated our graphic here. St. Francis College of New York now at 5:53, Tulane at 5:14 through 3 games. It's 5 total games. St. Francis University of Pennsylvania bowled 5:40, and Louisiana Tech hanging in there at 4:71. This is the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic, hosted by Vanderbilt University here in Smyrna, Tennessee at the Smyrna Bowling Center. I'm talking it over with Rob Gottschall from Ebonite International, also a representative of the Columbia 300 brand. And maybe this would be a good opportunity for us to talk a little bit about the Columbia 300 products, since they are a great sponsor of this event. I know that there's a new red ball I'm seeing on social media. It looks really cool. Reminds me of the old Pulse. Could you tell us a little bit about that ball?
Yeah, we just came out with the Impulse Solid. It's got a little lighter shade of red than the original Pulse. It's got even it's like that pinkish red. It's got a little more flair, and
it looks good.
Yeah, it looks really good. A few of the more masculine type guy pros. Some are in love with the color, and some are like it's a little on the feminine side for me. But those guys, and I'll even Mike Wolf was one of them. He's like, this ball's a little pink for me, and I said, but how's the ball roll, Mike? And he goes, it rolls really, really good. And I said, doesn't matter what color it is then if it performs. And he goes, all right, touche. Yeah, and it's a solid symmetrical ball. We'd come out with the Impulse before it. It was a hybrid shiny ball, and the Impulse Solid is really a special benchmark piece that the Columbia brand has been missing for a little while. To compare to one of our other lines, Ebonite's brand, the Game Breaker 2 has now been a tournament player ball for now the last couple years, and this Impulse Solid is really Columbia's Game Breaker 2. That's the best way that I explain it. Prior to that, we released the Tyrant Pearl, one of the best HP balls that Columbia's had in recent years too. Very, very strong, but it's controllable. It reads the mid lane the right way. It responds off the friction well, but it doesn't overbounce.
Yeah, and I can tell you that from what I've seen from, I really feel like that Swerve GT was an underrated ball. That ball was pretty good. I saw Clara Guerrero use it a few times. She had a lot of success with it. And then when Columbia 300 came out with the Tyrant line, that original Tyrant was just so much ball and started so early that it was kind of feast or famine for people.
Yeah, the Swerve GT and the Tyrant both were great balls. They didn't get a lot of, I guess, hype per se, because in the game today the lanes transition so fast, but those balls were great balls to break the lane down, to start playing up the lane with a strong ball to cut through the oil. But as you start to migrate left, like you said, the balls are so aggressive and they picked up so fast that then once it went away, you just had to go to a ball that retained a little more energy and create a little more shape down lane. So they did what they were supposed to do, and that was be strong, aggressive, nice heavy rolling product. But as the lane oil, as the oil comes off the lane so fast now that the balls absorb oil, as you start to go left or right a little more, or right to left if you're a left-hander, you have to get out of them faster. So yeah, I mean great products coming out of the Columbia 300 brand. We just recently signed Jacob Buttriff. He does throw a lot of urethane, but he's seeing some nice early success with a few of the Columbia balls. He just texted me yesterday and says he's in love with the Impulse Solid. It's not quite as early as the Game Breaker 2 was for him, So, there's a plan in place in the Columbia. The Columbia line is getting stronger and stronger as we go, and we want creating 4 brands. Each one has to have its place in the game. Me and you talk about we're old enough that we remember all the rich history of the Columbia brand with David Ozio and Dave Houston and all this stuff. And this younger generation, they don't know. They know it. Some of them know it, but they don't breathe it. Because that's when me and you watch it every Saturday on ABC, and now it's just changed. There's been some rebranding and repositioning of the Columbia brand, and it's now targeted towards this younger demographic and stuff. And you're seeing a little more vibrant colors out of the lines.
I personally feel doing the social media, just looking at the Columbia 300 Facebook banner and everything, I think it looks the best out of all the brands.
Yeah, it's clean, it's colorful. There's, the brand did go very colorful there for a little while, which wasn't bad. It brought notoriety. A lot of the people that wore colored pants used to ask people, "Are you on Columbia staff?"
Exactly.
Because we had Barnes and Blanchard and those guys and Clara. Everybody was wearing bright outfits, and it brought exposure to the brand. And now we've toned down the color just a little bit, but there's still a lot of flair inside the brand.
Yeah, and I talked about the Swerve GT and then the original Tyrant, but you mentioned right off the bat that the Tyrant Pearl is probably the best HP ball made, and I saw Dallas Leong, just recently at the Masters, bowl 300 with that ball, and he's your typical tweener, stroker type player, and that ball rolled awesome for him.
Yeah, it's the thing. The thing about the Tyrant Pearl is like I said, it reads the lane the right way. It's strong enough in the mid lane, but it doesn't overbounce. And when it hits the friction, it makes the move off of it. But then the core allows it to kind of tumble and just hold the pocket. The Tyrant balls are very, very controllable. And obviously the Tyrant Pearl is to me just a little more versatile than the Tyrant, because the Tyrant cover is so strong that you kind of have to play up the lane a little. Once you start going left to right, it gets a little spotty, but that's why you come out with the Tyrant Pearl. So you can go straight from the Tyrant to the Tyrant Pearl, and you build a progression with the ball so you can keep the same core in your hand.
So Columbia 300, a lot of great products, and then obviously at the entry-level position, you can't beat the Nitrous. And of course, if you're just a beginner bowler, the white dots have been a staple forever.
The white dots and the Scouts. I
absolutely.
mean, if you're growing up and there's probably not a younger bowler that can't say they either had a white dot from Columbia 300 or a Maxim from Ebonite. That was one of your first balls, and if it wasn't your first ball and now you're an older player, it's one of your spare balls. You still have that ball, and those names are so iconic on the entry level in bowling ball manufacturing.
So make sure you head over to Columbia300.com. Check out the list of products top to bottom. They support bowling, support this event, and when you consider your next bowling ball purchase, take a look at the new Tyrant, the Impulse Solid, and some of the other products depending on your skill level for sure. So I want to thank Columbia 300 for sure for what they do here and what they're doing for bowling in general. Also a gold partner of the USBC, which I know that's not cheap, to support the USBC and be part of that.
No, the gold partnership, with the Columbia 300 brand and the Hammer brands from Ebonite International, it's a great thing. We're not only supporting our governing body, but we're supporting their vision and their largest events that they run. And we feel it's crucial to be a part of that as they evolve our sport and take it to new levels. And we're just happy to be a part of, the partnership with USBC.
Heading into this fifth game, 29-30, a little bit ahead of 27-28 as we talk it over with Rob Gottschall. Currently right now, St. Francis University, Pennsylvania, up on the left lane on 29 is in their fifth game, is currently at 7:07. Louisiana Tech, after overcoming that 118 game, has come back to bowl 192 and 190. They are now at 661, and mathematically 46 pins behind could potentially win this match. And over on 27 and 28, we still have St. Francis College of New York and Tulane finishing up game number 4 as they've fallen a little bit behind the other pair.
Yeah, right now we're looking at seeing a St. Francis sweep.
Yeah.
New York and PA.
I was mentioning earlier how, of course, I come back to doing a college tournament. I'm a little out of my element, as I mentioned earlier today, a little uncomfortable. And they put 2 St. Francis teams to call the action on the same grouping at the same time. It's all random draw, but
it is random draw, but it's very odd. And I know you like to have a little fun and flair to most of your broadcasts, and this one's a little more straight-laced and even keel for you. So
it is.
You can't kind of. And I'm the same way. You know, on many of the other broadcasts, we crack some jokes, talk about some different stuff, but yeah, it's so exciting to be here and be a part of it. And, you know, it's great to see young women have the opportunity to go to school, earn scholarships, and compete for their program. And they get to go to great places. So you know, they go to some smaller towns and, you know, some older towns, but, you know, they get to come to places like, you know, Nashville and Houston, some of these big cities where some of these smaller, some of these girls come from very small rural communities, and now they get to go. I mean, Houston, one of the largest cities in the world, and now Nashville. I mean, just yesterday, the President of the United States was here in Nashville doing a thing. He was here for 2 days.
Was he?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Oh, yeah. It was, you know, people around here complain about Nashville traffic, and it can be a little annoying and hectic, but it's not as bad as, you know, New York City and Houston and cities like that. But, you know, when the president's here, roads get shut down and the motorcade's got to come through. So, yeah, traffic, seeing on the news the last couple of nights, their traffic was a little longer than normal, but, you know, you deal with it, I guess. If the President of the United States is coming to your city, it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. What was he doing here? Do you know offhand?
I don't know exactly. There was some rally or something, but I didn't follow it that close. NCAA basketball tournament started, Mike.
Yeah, I know. Kind of a boring first day, wasn't it? Or did I miss something? I wasn't glued to the TV. Only like one upset, I think.
Yeah, one or two. You know, here we are at the Columbia 300 Music City Classic, Vanderbilt's home tournament, and I guess the blunder of the day came in the Vanderbilt Northwestern basketball game. I don't know if you saw what happened, but
I heard rumblings about some sort of the guy fouled a guy, and
Vanderbilt took the lead with about 13, 14 seconds, somewhere around there, seconds left in the game, and Northwestern inbounded the ball, and one of the Vanderbilt players
intentionally fouled him.
Intentionally fouled him, like you know, reach him like they were down. He thought they were down, but they were really up one. So then Northwestern went down, made their 2 free throws. Vanderbilt still got the ball with a chance to, you know, to win the game or take the lead, and they missed a 3-pointer with like 2 seconds left or something like that. But yeah, it was probably the most talked about game of the day, but a little sour to some of the locals.
Yeah,
here this morning. To Vanderbilt's credit, though, they were down like 15 at one point of the second half. So to come back and get in that position, just feel bad for the kid. You know, heat of the moment. You know, you lose track of what's going on, and unfortunately, they came out on the losing end.
So like I said, 29 and 30 is way ahead of 27 and 28, but I do have that updated graphic here for you now. So I'm going to bring that up now, give you an update on what's going on here in these matches. So St. Francis College of New York, 7:49. It's a 47-pin lead over Tulane at 7:02. St. Francis University, Pennsylvania, 7:07. Louisiana Tech, 6:61. So and it looks like right now Louisiana Tech with 95 in the sixth. Has a 12-pin lead over St. Francis University of Pennsylvania. So going to need some help if they can get the win here.
Yeah, St. Francis actually has 2 missed single pins, and Louisiana Tech was getting back in the match and unfortunately missed a single pin of their own in the 6th frame. Like you said, it's only 12 pins. They need to make up 40. What did you say they were down? 46, 45?
46. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, starting to run out of frames. If St. Francis PA can, fill some frames here to finish, they're going to come away with the victory.
So what are your plans this weekend? What do you got going on?
Well, I'm here all day for the 5 matches, and then as soon as we're done here with the 5 matches, I will be driving to Memphis, Tennessee to work the Southern Region TNBA Rodman tournament. Hammer, obviously, is a very, very large sponsor and support of the TNBA organization. So the Rodmans are their singles classics. They host one in each of their 4 regions, singles scratch tournament. So I'll be heading down to Memphis as our district sales manager, Jason Couch, would normally attend as well, but he is at the PBA Extra Frame stop that begins in Florida. Practice session is today. Really good turnout for the first Extra Frame stop, too. They have 200 entries.
Really?
Is what I saw in their press release they sent out yesterday.
Wow. I haven't even had a chance to keep up with that. That's what I've got Kim, Brady, and Eric for at this point. It's just too hard to keep everything straight. That's one of the best things I could have ever done is bring some more people on board with what we do just to try to keep up with everything.
Oh, and it's great. Their passion, you've kind of got them assigned to brands and companies and whatever, and they start to become part of the brand and feel it, and they become a fan of certain players and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It is cool. And then, of course, we have our daily, bi-daily, every other whatever, don't hear from you for a few days type things, too, sometimes with wording and brand voice and all that. But I know they're all geared up for the Extra Frame event here this weekend, and I'm able to sit here and do this and promote Columbia 300 and college bowling. And it's just amazing how much effort and work has to go into doing anything anymore. I mean, it's like, okay, here's your ad sheet. Okay, send a mailer out to all the pro shops. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. Send a couple out to the PBA truck to put on the table. Okay, sounds good. Now it's like, holy cow. Okay, well, we need that in a 1920 by 1080. We need it in a 1200 by 1200. We need to make sure that we Snapchat this. We need to create an Instagram story for this ball. And man, the next thing you know, dude, it's midnight.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's wild. It's the wild, wild west, man.
You were talking earlier, you were talking about all the work side on just like a ball launch, but, putting an event like this together, the Bowling Center here does a fantastic job. They've hosted many, many big events. You said you'd bowled the junior gold qualifier back here in what was it?
98.
98. Last weekend they just hosted the intercollegiate sectionals.
Yeah.
Which is monster fields. Another big field like this where you got the guys and the girls, and you got, a singles tournament that had over 150 entries on Friday, and just in each sex there was in the male and female division there's over 150 bowlers, and then you put on an event like this from getting the volunteers to help keep score, run scores. The Bowling Center staff is just going nonstop for 3 days. All while the school and John, the head coach, are they're in mid-season. He's also preparing to host. This is your signature event. When you put your name on something, you want it to be big and done right.
You want it to be an elite event.
Yeah.
Every I dotted, every T crossed.
So John is always a little high-strung, a little bit high-strung this week, but, nonetheless, they put on a great event. we had quite the finish here in the Louisiana Tech match, as Louisiana Tech almost came back from 46 down as they won the last game by 42. Ended up losing by 4.
8:57 for St. Francis. 8:53 for Louisiana Tech. I'm proud of the Louisiana Tech team to go 161-118 and battle back to go 192, 190, 192 and almost pull it off. One more game they might have got there.
And it's a credit to the team and the coach. As I said earlier, he's only got 5 girls. he can't take one out.
Nope.
So if somebody's struggling, injured, not feeling well, he's all in. But at the same time, it's good because that girl sucks it up and she still gives it her all because she's got 4 other people behind her that are dependent on her. But yeah, you bowl 118. It's easy. It's pretty easy to get down on yourself, and the fact that they didn't get down on themselves and they came back and bowled 3 190 games, told me lose by 4. It's still a loss, but at the same time, it can be a moral victory and something you talk about at the end of the day, or it can lead to some more success as the rest of the day goes on.
Yeah, you can build on it for sure. So just the one match here left here, Tulane and St. Francis College out of New York. Not really seeing too much drama here in this match. St. Francis College of New York, 94 in the 5th with a spare up in the 6th. They're clean through 6. And Tulane struggling a little bit here with a single pin miss, now facing a split.
Yeah, at this point, they got a 47-pin lead.
Yeah.
It's nearly insurmountable at this point with the open in the 5th by Tulane. They have a max of 226 if they were to strike out. And with St. Francis of New York filling frames, it's going to be pretty tough to come back. Who do you got coming up next?
Coming up next, we will have Mount Aloysius and Franklin Pierce, Jackson State, and the University of Central Missouri.
Nice. Central Missouri been a, really good program since the start of the NCAA, and they've been around for quite a while. Do a great job down there. Coach
Ron Holmes I think he was kind of in charge of the NCAA when it first started, the bowling division.
Ron, he was the head of the rules committee for a very long time, and he might actually still be. I do know the year I volunteered and worked these events, anytime I had a rules question, I went straight to Ron.
Yeah.
He knew all the answers and stuff, but yeah, done a great job with the program at Central Missouri.
So the Rodman this weekend, you're going to see some St. Louis folks there. Make sure you tell them I said hello when you see them. And I do want to take a moment here. USBC did something about this yesterday too, which was really cool of them. But in the St. Louis area, there's the Kevin and Keith Bruning brothers. They actually hold the record for the most amount of 300 games by a brother tandem, and they still hold the record. I had it confirmed yesterday. Kevin, the younger of the two, unfortunately, as many of us, has affected everyone, lost a fight with cancer yesterday, taken way too soon. But I want to give a shout out to the folks, in the St. Louis area, St. Charles area. Kevin was a fixture, worked in the bowling center all those years, and just got taken up by cancer. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody there that somebody may be watching. Kevin was a great dude, and he and his brother having that record for the most amount of 300. USBC sent something out on their Facebook page, which was really cool. So
yeah, it's definitely sad news to hear coming out of St. Louis. You mentioned seeing some of the St. Louis bowling family down in Memphis this weekend, and I will see a lot of them. And you talk about tragedy. A year ago down there, I can't.
Gary Helferstay.
Yes, Gary.
Coming up this Sunday, the 19th.
Yes, his wife was down there bowling, and I was down there in Memphis last year when they got the news of Gary's passing, and very sad. So I'm looking forward to seeing them. Haven't seen most of them in a year, so it'd be good to kind of see him again and talk about some things, and
I specifically
just give him a hug. Really,
I specifically remember being in my garage. I was painting the garage, and that's when I got the call from somebody back home in St. Louis, and this one here will bring a tear to your eye. We're on Facebook here in the booth right now, but Eddie Bird updating his profile photo with both Gary and Kevin. They were very close friends.
That's really
in a wedding together.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a tough deal. It's a tough deal. So, but kudos to USBC putting something out on that too. That was really cool that they did that. So, bowling, like you said, bowling is a big family, and bowling, you talked about social media earlier and the negative stuff. There's a lot of positive too, but every time somebody in the bowling community needs help, the bowling community answers in the biggest way.
Okay, it's these stories and these tragedies are very, very sad, for sure. But that's the one great thing about the sport of bowling and the bowling family is they are always there for you when you need them. They are very supportive. They're very loyal, and that goes a long, long way. Gary's wife last year, she was around 5-6 of her best friends when she got the news. I couldn't imagine what it had been like if she was by herself or somebody. It's just, like I said, it's sad, but it's kind of ironic how certain things happen like that to where you're with your second family or your best friends at the time.
Absolutely.
And many of these girls that are these young women that are bowling this event in NCAA college bowling, they become lifelong friends with other bowlers from other teams for a very, very long time. You'll see some of these girls bowling, USBC Women's Nationals together in a few years, or you'll see them rooming together on the PWBA tour, and they became friends. From the junior gold level to the through NCAA bowling and stuff, and it's just great. And they respect each other, and they all have the same goal. They're all doing what they love to do, and trying to at the end of the year ultimately win a national championship.
Yeah, I like some of the old men's teams that still get together at nationals. I like checking out. There's some famous team names out there like Toe Huskers.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of Casey Slaughter and them bowl on one too. I don't remember the name of theirs, but there's some good ones out there. That is for sure. I bowled nationals, Rob, and I don't even think I got to 1,500. It's my worst nationals outing in the history of my nationals ever.
Well, you're in the same boat as me, Mike. We both work a lot.
Yeah.
The opportunity to bowl and compete and prepare isn't what it used to be. I know you practiced a little hard the week prior
that
to
2 days.
But guess what? The talent in this game and the way they've designed the lane patterns and stuff. You can't get ready in a week anymore.
No.
It's not like going to bowl your house shot league championship where, all right, you go put in a few extra games just so you're a little sharper. Doesn't quite work like that on the national level at the USBC Open Championships.
It was like it doesn't really bother me, but it was a little embarrassing. It was a little embarrassing.
I can imagine.
Especially when I critique bowlers, for hours upon hours. Oh, this guy's got the wrong ball in his hand. Oh, he's playing the lanes all wrong. And I look up in the crowd and I see a few of those people, and there I am down there,
Again, Mike, we're in the same boat. I work with the best players in the world, and I don't feel like I'm very good right now. It's a weird thing. I just, but yeah, you should. But the best part is I think it's okay to feel embarrassed.
It is.
Yeah. Because guess what? Next year when you do it, I bet you practice for at least 2 weeks before you go.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It may not be a full-fledged regimen of preparing, but
correct.
Next year, you're going to prepare just a little more than you did the year before.
Yes, I will. So that's going to do it for this match number 2. We have St. Francis College of New York defeating Tulane 9-16 to 8-30. And we had St. Francis University of Pennsylvania defeating Louisiana Tech 857 to 853. I want to thank Rob for joining me during this particular match. You going to come back for one more?
Yeah, I'll probably come back match 4-ish.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
So Rob will join us here for match number 4. We'll have match number 3 coming up here in just a little bit. It's Mount Aloysius against Franklin Pierce and Jackson State against University of Central Missouri coming up here on Inside Bowling. Welcome back to the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic, sponsored by Columbia 300 and hosted by Vanderbilt University. I'm Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com. And 2 new teams are now in for our third match. 5 games in total. Total pinfall will decide who wins the match, just like the last 2. Glad you're with us today. And we get our first look at Mount Aloysius College taking on Franklin Pierce. And over on lanes 29 and 30, we have Jackson State taking on the University of Central Missouri. I want to thank Doug Dukes for joining me this morning and Rob Gottschall for joining me. Rob will come back during match number 4, I should say. Do us a favor, make sure you go out and let people know you're watching college bowling. Give us a like down below on YouTube, and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone, too, by the way. Today is St. Patrick's Day. Once again, if you have any questions in the chat, I'd be more than happy to answer them for you. Chris Mikowski in the chat, Bill Lomi, Tony Capagna, Steve Mercure, I should say, Sammy Simpson. Welcome, everyone. University of Central Missouri is currently ranked 10th in the country on the NCAA bowling RPI. From Warrensburg, Missouri. I actually spent a semester at Central Missouri myself. Been an established bowling program for many, many years. Ron Holmes has been the head coach there from as long as I can remember. Catching up on our Twitter feed a little bit. If you follow us on Twitter, we just retweeted a couple of tweets. You can also send us in questions and stuff on Twitter. At Inside Bowling is our Twitter feed. Might get a poll question up here in a little bit as well for you. So we are in the first game of our third match. We'll have 5 matches for you today, 25 total Baker games. If you're not familiar with Baker, just to let you know how that works, the leadoff bowler bowls the first and the 6th frame. So that young lady will get to bowl 2 frames per game. The second bowler bowls the 2nd and the 7th. The third bowler bowls the 3rd and the 8th. The 4th bowler bowls the 4th and the 9th. And the 5th bowler will also complete the entire 10th frame. The anchor bowler will bowl the 5th and the 10th frames. If you carry more than 5 girls on a roster, you can substitute. But once they do sub in, they have to complete the game in the place in which they subbed, unless you bring in another sub. But the original bowler then is taken out of the game and cannot get put back into play until after that game has completed. Scoring pace has gone down a little bit here on the left pair a bit, as we saw 943 versus 888. It was Howard over Youngstown State. And then 916 to 830, St. Francis College of New York defeating Tulane. And over on 29 and 30, it was 944 for Prairie View over Lincoln from Missouri, 839. And in match number 2, St. Francis University of Pennsylvania, 857 in a close one against Louisiana Tech, bowled 853. Mount Aloysius struggling a bit here out of the gate. Franklin Pierce going at a 179 pace. Jackson State, University of Central Missouri. Looks like Central Missouri probably have about a 20-pin lead, pacing at a 20-pin lead after game number 1 against Jackson State. Okay. My area here is cleared out a little bit. Did have a whole bunch of people here watching, but looks like most of the crowd has moved on to lunch as the cafe is full of people right now. So it's 159 for Jackson State, 186 for University of Central Missouri, 132 for Mount Aloysius, and 167 for Franklin Pierce. Get those scores updated for you right now. So there you have it with updated scores. Franklin Pierce 167, Mount Aloysius 132, Central Missouri 186, Jackson State 159. Franklin Pierce with a strike spare to start. Now Mount Aloysius. Ball hooks a lot in the middle of the lane on this flat oil pattern. 40 feet, 27 milliliters, 2-to-1 ratio. It's very demanding. Should have a standings for you after game number 2 here shortly. After game number 1, we did have 6 teams that were plus. 1,006 for Delaware State. University of Central Missouri bowled 1,012, Adelphi 1,046, Sacred Heart 1,065. McKendree bowled the second highest score at 1,123, and Arkansas State 1,126 topped the field after Baker matches in number 1. So we've got a few more scores to report still from game number 2, and then we'll have that for you. Central Missouri taking a little bit longer here. Falling a little bit behind the pace of play of the other 3 teams we have here in front of you. See Coach Ron Holmes down there. I want to thank Columbia 300 for sponsoring this event and being involved with Vanderbilt University, John Williamson and his entire squad for the work they put into this event. If you're just joining us, this is the largest collegiate NCAA tournament there is in the country. And I will be back again tomorrow to bring you the coverage at 9:30 a.m. 5 traditional team games tomorrow, and then the finals will be on Sunday. And next weekend we will be in Jonesboro, Arkansas, bringing you more NCAA collegiate bowling. It is the Southland Bowling League Conference Championships down there. Southland Bowling League Championships next weekend. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. You'll be notified when we are live next. Franklin Pierce clean through 5.5 frames. Should be able to convert the 9 pin with no problem. See if we can get a clean game here. Central Missouri also clean through 5. We've increased in viewership. If you'd like to do us a favor down below, hit the like button. That'll help increase our ranking on live sports on YouTube. Music City Classic just outside of Nashville. We're in Smyrna, Tennessee. 24-hour bowling center. So if you'd like to come out here about 2 a.m., get in some practice, they'd be more than happy to have you come in and do a little bowling. So the first open for Franklin Pierce comes in the 8th frame. Since Missouri still looking to stay clean, they can still bowl 230. Jackson State can still bowl 180 with that strike. Sorry, 190. And Mount Aloysius still bowl 213, so maybe we'll see a couple of 200 games here. Still possible 190s left as well. Central Missouri leaves the 7-10, so that's gonna maybe we'll see this get picked up. We've called stuff like this before. Let's see if we get a 7-10 conversion here. See if we can get a pin to bounce out. You got to get one of them to have it bounce, but to no avail. So possible 196 now, possible 170 for Jackson State. And now a split in the 10th frame for Mount Aloysius. Comes at the wrong time. 181, which is a nice comeback from the 132 game. So 313 for Mount Aloysius. Franklin Pierce 167. Still Bowl 192. Big strike there for Central Missouri. Still get to 196. Oh, good shot. Leaves the 10. So possible 186 now for Central Missouri. Close game here on lanes 27 and 28. 2 pins would decide this game. But of course, Mount Aloysius with a deficit of 35 pins coming in. 5 total games. Total pins wins the match. So 186 for Central Missouri. It's back-to-back 186s. And 170 for Jackson State. 369 for Jackson State. Sorry, 329. 329 for Jackson State. 372 for Central Missouri. 313 for Mount Aloysius. And now that 9 count gives Franklin Pierce 178. 345 to 313. I'll update our graphic as we go into game number 3. We're at about the halfway point of today's coverage. Here from Smyrna, Tennessee. Mike Flanagan here with you. Watching NCAA Women's Collegiate Bowling here at the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic. And there are your updated scores. As you can see, Franklin Pierce 345, Mount Aloysius 313 in that match. Central Missouri 372, Jackson State 329. Looks like they do have standings after 2 being passed around. See if they can't get me a copy of that. All right, I do have standings after 2 here for you. So Arkansas State led after game number 1. Opened up with 11-26. The second match, they bowled 1,044. So match number 1, 1126, 1,044, puts them at 2170. They are 74 pins ahead of Delaware State, who bowled 1,006 and 1,090. McKendree opened up at 1123, and Rob Gottschall told us that McKendree broke down that pair pretty nicely. And they went to the second pair and only bowled 951. They find themselves in third position now at 2074. In fourth is Fairleigh Dickinson. They bowled 958 and came back with a really big game of 11-10. That was the highest game in game number 2 out of all the teams. Fairleigh Dickinson with 11-10. They sit fourth. Fifth is University of Maryland Eastern Shore. They bowled 1,007 match number 2 after 969 in match number 1. They're at 1976 and they sit fifth. Sacred Heart is in sixth. They bowled 1,065 and then 896. They're at 1961. And seventh is Adelphi. They bowled 1,046 then 907 to be at 1953. Eighth is Stephen F. Austin. They bowled 949 and then 990. They're at 1939. Vanderbilt 983 and 950. They're at 1933. And in 10th, University of Wisconsin-Whitewater 966 and 920 for 1886. I'll take you through University of Central Missouri bowled 1,012 and then not a good set in Baker match number 2, 834. They're currently in 15th. Jackson State is in 22nd right now with games of 896, 882 matches, I should say. 1778 is their total. Mount Aloysius finds themselves in 31st out of this 35-team field, but improving, 791 then 855. And Franklin Pierce in 32nd with games of 812 and 808, pretty consistent. So Mount Aloysius and Franklin Pierce 31st and 32nd. But they're bowling a lot better on this pair than they did on the other pair so far through 2.5 games. So things are looking up for them. Had a little correction on the overall scores. We're going to get that tweeted out for you. We're going to tweet out overall scores. There was just one score off about halfway down. Nothing from the scores that I reported. Thanks for all the likes down below, everybody. Thanks for the people that have subscribed to our YouTube channel today. Much appreciated. We love bowling, and we know that you do as well. And you'll be notified whenever there's a next live stream available. We also have a new Inside Bowling Spares channel. You should check it out. We're just posting a bunch of spare conversions over there. It's kind of fun. every once in a while just kind of break up your day. You can check out a spare from one of our events. Looking to grow that channel as well and just get more people thinking about bowling. So University of Central Missouri struggling again. Not matching up real great with this oil pattern. Bowled a first game that was solid. First match, 1,000. What did they open up with? They had 1,012 and then 834. So far here, 186, 186, and struggling to find the pocket. Scoring pace has picked up a bit on 27 and 28. For these two teams to find themselves in 31st or 30th and 32nd now with the slight adjustment in the standings. During match number 4, Rob Gottschall is going to join me back in the booth. We'll talk over some more things. So if you have any questions for Rob, we'll have those for you during the next game. This is a total 5-game total pins match currently that you're watching here on Inside Bowling at the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic. I am Mike Flanagan. If you've listened to our channel before, you know me very well. If this is your first time, welcome. Thanks for watching. We do have some events coming up that we will be live streaming, and our full live stream schedule is available on our website at insidebowling.com. Coming up next weekend, the Southland Bowling League Championships in Jonesboro, Arkansas. April 22nd through the 24th will be the Boom Scratch Doubles in Little Rock, Arkansas. So back-to-back Arkansas trips. Then April 28th through the 30th, it's the Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open in Indianapolis. We have some other events that we're working on too throughout the year. We'll definitely do the Fusion Realtors again and some other events, but for sure on the calendar is December 15th, the Hammer Holiday Doubles. So you can check that out and stay tuned to InsideBowling.com for more upcoming events in the near future. We do love bowling. I love calling bowling action and interacting with those of you that are watching. And if you're watching on YouTube after the fact, go back and watch some of our other broadcasts that we have in your spare time. We just had a pretty cool thing happen at the Fusion Realtors a few weeks ago. Matt Tomsu had a pin fall down and stand back up on a strike shot, and it actually made TMZ. It's pretty cool. At least we thought it was. I want to send a shout out to my team working hard behind the scenes, updating Twitter. We do have the standings tweeted out now on Inside Bowling. So game number 3 finishing up. It's 158 for Mount Aloysius. Gives them 471. Central Missouri with 149. And it was 178 for Jackson State. 507 for Jackson State. 521 for Central Missouri. 180 for Franklin Pierce. 525 to 471 and 521 to 507 in the two matches. I'll get your graphic updated as we head into game number 4. Here from Smyrna, Tennessee. Got some spectators back now after grabbing some lunch. We've got some pretty vocal ones here too, cheering on their teams respectively. So there's your updated scores. Once again, it is Franklin Pierce 525 with the lead over Mount Aloysius College 471. And we've got University of Central Missouri 521, just a narrow lead over Jackson State with 507. I'm sure Coach Holmes is not real pleased with the scoring right now from the Jennies. Staring at a 7-10 is never good either. Got some energy happening here. We got a double for Franklin Pierce. Since Missouri got a strike on the board, was excited about that. Now facing an unusual one here, the 6'8". I'm sorry, the 6'9". Good shot from Jackson State, starting to find their groove as well. It's nice to see the scoring pace starting to pick up a little bit. Off to a good start here for all four teams. Central Missouri now with a couple of strikes in the last 3 frames. A lot of coaching and discussion going on right now about what the lanes are doing with Coach Holmes' squad. Jackson State is clean through 4. Good shot for the left-hander. Leaves just the 7. They're putting on a spare clinic over here on 27 and 28 right now. Both teams clean through 1 on 5 frames. Now, I'm pretty confident we're going to be clean through 4 here for Mount Aloysius. All right. We got a Greek church for Jackson State. Going to end their clean run here in the 4th game. And gets one of them. Central Missouri also missing a single pin, the 7 pin. Once again, this is a 40-foot in length oil pattern. 27 milliliters of oil, fairly slick on the surface. 2-to-1 ratio, and the center plays longer, meaning that being such a slick surface and the way the topography is, that however the lane pattern looks, it always plays a little bit tighter, or what you would call longer, harder to get the ball to react down lane. Jimmy Brantley, I think we just answered that question for you as I look down at the chat. All right, so Central Missouri sets up the 10th frame with a strike. And you can just kind of tell they're just kind of searching around right now. So a possible 175 for Central Missouri, 174 if they were to spare and strike out for Jackson State. Big game here for Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce delivers in a big way here with 220. I believe that's the second highest game we've seen. We saw a 229, 229 and a 222 earlier. It's the third highest game on the pair. 745 now for Franklin Pierce. And Mount Aloysius a little behind. Jackson State only trailing by 14 pins right now. Big double in the 10th frame to keep this match close. Real close. All right, so a crossover for a 6'10", 173, Central Missouri. 694 is the score for them. Now Jackson State, not that it really matters, but they can pick up 1 pin now on Central Missouri and cut it to 13 pins, and they do. .681 to 694. So double in the 10th now for Mount Aloysius. This is a big double. Can still bowl 174. Same score that Jackson State just bowled. All right. So 174. Mount Aloysius takes them to 645. They will be down 100 pins. Get that graphic updated. And there is your updated graphic going into game number 5 of this 5-game total pinfall match. Mount Aloysius 100 pins behind Franklin Pierce. Pretty big deficit to overcome in one game. Jackson State trailing University of Central Missouri 694 to 681. A much closer match over there. Leadoff bowler. That's a much needed strike there. That was a good shot. She's been around the pocket. So after this, we'll have 2 more matches for you today. We'll have Bethune against Louisiana Tech, Sam Houston State against North Carolina A&T State University. So that'll be coming up next. And then to wind out the day, we'll have University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, and they're actually bowling unopposed. And also we'll have Fairleigh Dickinson with Elmhurst College. Mount Aloysius stays on the right lane, and coming off 220, Franklin Pierce decides to stay on 27, which makes a lot of sense. So double 9 spare to start out. So they're looking to really move up. Remember, I said Franklin Pierce was in 32nd position out of the 35 teams here. Has come over here on the live stream pair and bowled 167, 178, 180, 220. Much better. They could get to 970 or so if they bowled another big game, which would be a huge improvement considering their first 2 games were 812 and 808. So Central Missouri now with 3 out of 4 frames strikes. They are improving. Nice spare for Franklin Pierce. Nice looking double for Central Missouri. They really needed this game too. Central Missouri ranked 10th in the country and finds themselves in 15th in this field. Haven't really liked this 29 and 30, so if they can finish with a big game here, that'll give them some nice momentum moving to the next pair. Now they got a triple. So Coach Ron Holmes has got his squad fired up. They got some players lined up now, and I wouldn't put it past this team to shoot 250, get off this pair, and pull a couple thousands to finish out the day on their next two pairs they go off to. So hopefully they can finish strong, put on a show here for us.
Get in there, ball.
Yeah, there you go. When you start stringing strikes in Baker, it's contagious. We got a microphone by them too. You hear their chants. And the other big story here too is the improvement from Franklin Pierce. Provided they can pick up the 4-7 here, they'll be clean through 6 frames. They can still bowl every bit of 950 after bowling 812 and 808. Jackson State with a 4-bagger now. Central Missouri with a 5-bagger. All right, right around the pocket, out of trouble, leaves the 2-4. But this only being a 13-pin match, you really see the amplification of the single pin miss in the first frame by Jackson State. But they've made up for it here now with a 4-bagger. Now a big nasty split in the 8th isn't going to do any good. It's going to kill that momentum. It's always much more fun to call strikes and see happy bowlers out there. Franklin Pierce with another spare. So Franklin Pierce can still bowl 231. I'm rooting for them to do so. 5 strikes. They did it the last game, bowling 220. High game that we've seen on these two pairs thus far has been 229. They can still beat it. Central Missouri can still bowl, well now, a 5-10. So here's the 5-10 that earlier I was talking to Rob Gottschall about a clip we put out. He wished he would have picked the 5-10 on the IB Open broadcast, and now we got a chance for a 5-10 right here. I'll tell you what, if we see the 5-10 converted, I'm going to put this on the Inside Bowling Spare channel. I'm calling it out right now. Let's get this 5-10 picked up. Either way, great bowling actually by all 4 of the teams. This is going to be the highest combined game we've seen so far across all 4 lanes by 4 teams. All right, a flush strike for Franklin Pierce. Sets up the 10th frame. It's still bowl 218. Now no 5-10 conversion there. Open in the 10th frame. 232 for Central Missouri. They finished with 926. And will get the win over Jackson State. Jackson State was in 23rd coming in. They bowled 896, 882. And with 186 that game, 867 for Jackson State. So how about this double for Franklin Pierce? Looking for a triple now. Comes in light, 2, 4, 5, 7. $189 for Mount Aloysius. 14, 5, 10. So 834 for Mount Aloysius. They bowled 791 and 855 and an 834 here. Franklin Pierce, as I said, 812, 808. And now they're going to beat that score by a bunch. 203. They bowled 948 right here. Great improvement. So there you have it. Franklin Pierce, 948. They defeat Mount Aloysius College, 834. Franklin Pierce improves by 136 pins over their best game thus far. And University of Central Missouri defeats Jackson State with a big last game, 926 to 867. When we come back, we'll have game 1 of match number 4 here in just a little bit. Myself and Rob Gottschall will join me for match number 4. We'll be right back on Inside Bowling. Welcome back to the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic, hosted by Vanderbilt University here in Smyrna, Tennessee at the Smyrna Bowling Center. I'm Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com, and we are in match number 4 about to get underway. Game number 1. It'll be 5 total games. And joining me again in game number 4, he joined me in game number 2, is Rob Gottschall from Ebonite International. I appreciate you sitting in again, Rob.
Absolutely, Mike. Thanks for having me.
We're about to see Bethune-Cookman versus Louisiana Tech. We saw Louisiana Tech earlier today. And we're also going to see Sam Houston State against North Carolina A&T State. And Sam Houston State, I know recently just stopped by the Ebonite International plant the other day for a tour.
Yeah, they came down Wednesday. We gave them a tour of the plant. We were able to have some lunch with the team, and then afterwards they used our test facility to host their practice for the week in preparation for this event. So we spent a good majority of the day with Sam Houston State. Just glancing at the standing sheet here after the first two matches, I would kind of consider them the most underachieving team thus far through two matches of the tournament. We have a team ranked in the top 10 in the country, showing some early struggles here. Obviously, I don't know how they finished match 3 till we get the standings, but
they opened with 820 and then 968, so they improved greatly from game number 1. But I wonder what they did bowl the last game.
Yeah, and some of that can be just struggle a little on the fresh, catch a bad first pair, and if you can't fill frames, all of a sudden you're losing pins quickly. Brad does have some talent on this team, though. A couple junior Team USA members. He's been with the program since the get-go. Obviously brought the school's first national championship to the program a couple years ago,
which is pretty impressive. Kind of like the Florida Marlins.
Yeah, it's Well, and it's funny is Vanderbilt was actually the same way. We talk about Vanderbilt being a Division I program, but it's a very academic-oriented university. And the Vanderbilt bowling team actually won the school's first NCAA Division I national championship. For a team, they had some individual champions, I believe, in golf and tennis, stuff like that. But and now at Vanderbilt, the baseball program and the tennis program have followed suit and won national championships. But Brad kind of did the same thing at Sam Houston State, where he brought the first Division I national championship to the program.
They bowled 926 unofficially, game number 3. Thanks, Linda, in the chat for letting us know. Yeah, and then you got a school like Central Missouri, who's kind of like the Chicago Cubs.
yeah.
Not that NCAA women's bowling's been around that long, but
no, but you're right. I kind of put them and Arkansas State in the same kind of category. Sure. Perennial kind of powers. They've always been in the mix. They're qualifying for the NCAA championships every year. They just haven't been able to kind of get over the hump.
Central Missouri's been snake bitten by Nebraska on several occasions.
There's quite a few teams that can say that. I grew up in Lincoln, Nebraska, so I've been around the program, most of my life, and what Bill and Paul have done there. It's truly remarkable, and the university it recognizes the bowling program, just as if it was any other program. And I've been fortunate enough to be I was a season ticket holder to the Nebraska football games for about 7 years, and I was able to see the team get presented with their championship rings and stuff at halftime of a football game, and I can't imagine a better feeling.
Yeah.
For anywhere from 8 to 12 young women to stand in front of 85, 90,000 people and see your face on the big screen, and all those people cheering for you that you brought a national championship back home to the state. So
yeah, it was actually kind of cool. This just happened this week. I watch Fox Sports Midwest all the time because I'm a Cardinal fan.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a daytime preseason baseball game while I'm working in my office. I got my monitor up, and the game's over, and I'm really not paying attention to it. And I glance out of the corner of my eye, and there's Bill Straub, and they're doing a whole story on where Nebraska is so far this year, and he's recapping all his players on Fox Sports Midwest. And I was just like, wow, this is really cool.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how far NCAA bowling's come. The collegiate game is. It's not just getting respect in the bowling community. It's now getting, more respect to the local media outlets and these regionalized sports networks.
Yeah, it was really neat. So we are going to see 5 total games here. The teams will switch lanes. They'll bowl 2 games on each lane on their respected pair. And then whoever has the highest pinfall will then decide where they're going to bowl the last game. And Sam Houston State, I think they're like, you know what? Mike and Rob are back there watching us now. We've been underachieving. It's time to let's put the pedal to the metal, and look what they've done. They've gone spare, strike, spare, triple. And those are 9 counts, which typically mean you're around the pocket, you're hitting the head pin consistently. So
maybe they just like the camera, Mike.
I think they do. Kind of like Tom Doherty.
Yeah. He loves the camera.
Not to get sidetracked, but I was really pleased with the response socially in regards to the Tom Doherty documentary video. And if you haven't seen it, go to the Hammer YouTube page and check it out. If you just type in Tom Doherty to YouTube now, it's the first thing that comes up. But very, very positive reviews.
Yeah, it was something different. We talk about it with the NBA and the NFL do stuff like that where they'll mic up players for a game, and the NFL Films has done it for quite some time and then they make a highlight video where it kind of takes you inside the lines per se, and you kind of did that with Tom Doherty. You went through an entire block with him at the Masters this year, and you can see the highs and lows and how upbeat he is before it starts, and then at the end and it's just a 5-game block, and you could just see like his energy level was lower than what it was when he started.
I particularly liked in that video when Amleto called Tom the Big Whale.
Yeah, and
I mean, who would have expected that?
You don't expect it from, Amleto's a very quiet type of guy, I guess, in competition, but I'm sure there's a little rivalry between the two as they both reside in Florida, and, they probably bowl some local stuff. So, there's always a little jawing back and forth between people. You don't get to see it all the time like that. But, yeah, to have a nickname like that for Tom, it was quite different. And Sam Houston State's opponent here, North Carolina A&T, they won the ITC National Championship just a couple years ago on the women's side.
Yeah, and they've got themselves a new coach.
Yes, they do. They, I guess, what do you want to call it? It's almost like the Nick Saban effect. They had a coaching opening, and they swung for the fences, I guess.
Yes, they did.
They got longtime Team USA assistant coach Kim Trail-Carney, and I've been fortunate enough to work with her for a few years in the Team USA program, and she's a great coach, great mind, and she's a great person as well.
Great bowling family. Doug Dukes and I were talking about a little bit.
Yeah, and it's just like any coach that comes into a new program, there's obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time, and, we'll really see her effect over the next few years as recruiting, she brings in her recruits, and the program starts to take shape the way, she sees fit, and it's going to be quite intriguing to see, how that program develops over the years.
I think this is the most competitive recruiting, how would I want to say this? The most competitive recruiting situation in the history of college bowling, with how all these programs, just look at the people that have got involved in it in the last couple of years that weren't involved, and then the people that were involved at the beginning that have matured and gotten that much better and got it down to a science. It's so competitive.
Yeah, you know, and I like to compare it a little bit to college basketball. We're in March Madness here, where Team USA in basketball, for the most part, has been coached by college coaches. You know, Mike Krzyzewski's done it for quite some time, and to see where the Team USA and the Junior Team USA program has been over the last 5 years to a decade, and now you have Brian and Shannon O'Keefe at McHenry University.
Right.
And they have quickly turned that program into a power, winning the men's ITC national championship last year, and now their women are currently ranked in the top 3 in the country. But you're right, and then you've got the Arkansas States, the Vanderbilts, the Sam Houstons, Stephen F. Austin just won a national championship. Can't forget about Nebraska.
Yep.
And now you have Kim at North Carolina A&T. The recruiting is going to get tougher and tougher. And one thing that's also really changed over the last few years, the international recruiting that's coming into NCAA bowling. I mean, and it's at other programs too, the Wichitas, and you see it there as well, but the international recruiting side has gotten very, very competitive as well.
The other thing that I personally believe this will do as well is, don't you think that with this going on, that it will help feed the professional tours?
Oh yeah, and since we're here covering women's NCAA bowling, with the relaunch of the PWBA tour, all these girls and young women have something to aspire to. They have, if they want to pursue professional bowling, they now have an opportunity to do that. And I think it's great that the USBC and the BPAA, invested in this and bringing the tour back, because really when college bowling was over for women bowlers, there was nothing. There wasn't really a higher level to go after. The majority of the competitions were on the state level, where you're bowling your state queens and stuff like that. Otherwise, you had to bowl against the men. Now they have their own separate entity. Yep. And in 1 year they were live streamed for 3/4 the events, and they televised the majors, and 12 months later, every event's televised. The majors are still live and the other events are taped, but for that to happen in literally a 12-month span, kudos to all the people at the PWBA for making that happen.
Yeah, you've got that many more coaches recruiting players and taking players that in the past maybe wouldn't have got as good of coaching. Now they're getting better coaching, and they're going to respond to that, and they're going to up their game, and that's just going to have a trickle-down effect. You're going to have more great young female players coming out of college bowling, and all that's going to do is just feed your tour.
Oh,
it's just going to feed it.
Oh, absolutely. And I was helping, like I said, it'd be 4 seasons ago in NCAA bowling, and to see how much the talent has changed since I was basically in the settee amongst the lower ranked teams, the gap is getting smaller. I mean, don't get me wrong, the top teams in the country are the top teams in the country. It's just like any other sport. They are the top teams in the country. But these lower ranked teams in the country are now getting closer and being able to compete with some of these programs. And it's really fun to watch. And you see the excitement in them. Some of the lower ranked teams in the past, it was almost if they were going through the motions.
I was going to say the same thing.
When you came to the events, and now, they may lose a match by 200, but the good thing about it is they can go to the next pair, and they start from scratch, and they can go for another win.
Yep. We saw a big game by Sam Houston State, 245. North Carolina A&T State, 179, respectable score. Bethune-Cookman, 175, and Louisiana Tech, 159. We are in game number 2 of this 4th match today. We'll have 5 total matches for you. Coming up on deck after this match is University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. They're bowling unopposed against Fairleigh Dickinson, and Elmhurst right next door will be facing off.
Yeah, the next round you got a couple other good stories there. FDU, Fairleigh Dickinson, kind of one of those programs that's always been around at the NCAA championship tournament, in the top 8. One of the greatest players to come out of NCAA bowling in the last, 4 or 5 years, and who I think is probably the best young female bowler in the world, Danielle McEwen, came out of there. And then, you have Wisconsin-Whitewater, a program that started off as one of these smaller ones, and now every year they're right on the edge of getting in the top 8 or being outside the top 8. But now they're continuously competing to be in that spot.
Yeah.
And their men's program has made tremendous strides too the last few years to.
Absolutely.
Never having a men's All-American, and now they had Nick Crummell last year, and it's looking like Zach on their team this year is going to become an All-American. Their men's program had never won a Tier 1 event on the USBC collegiate level, and then they won 2 this year.
Yeah.
And Sean, their head coach, he had no expectations of that, as he lost 4 seniors last year. He was bringing in all these young kids, thinking this is a 2-3 year, not rebuilding process, but it's going to take a little time. They gelled right away, and
they win too.
Here they are. They won two Tier 1 events, and they're going to go bowl for a national title here in just a few weeks down in Baton Rouge.
Sean Walkner is one of the nicest guys I've ever met bowling. Also,
yeah, he's a great guy, very passionate. And like most of these coaches, they love their kids. They're their family. They see, a lot of these coaches see these kids more than they see their own family.
Mm-hmm.
Especially once you're in season and traveling every weekend. You're spending 4 days together.
Yeah, these teams get in on, I guess they got in last night, right?
Thursday. Most of them come in Thursday mornings. There's generally a practice session set up by the host school and the bowling center for the teams to get in some practice, most of the time on the lane pattern. And then, competition starts on Friday morning. They bowl Friday, Saturday, and then half days on Sunday, and everybody heads out.
What do the college teams do anymore, like in the evenings when, do they just all go out to dinner and then back to the room and study and hang out, or what?
Well, when I was at Vanderbilt helping, basically when competition was done, you were usually around the bowling center for about another half hour, kind of. You had a brief little team meeting or a discussion about the day and the plan for the night ahead, and you're taking a group of anywhere from 10 to however many people to dinner, so
it's not easy.
Well, and it's a weekend, so most of the time when you go somewhere, you got to plan ahead, and coaches maybe actually call in reservations during these little 5-minute breaks,
right?
And you go eat, and they're probably going to be done bowling today about 4 o'clock. They'll sit down to eat at 5:30. Hour and a half for dinner at 7. They'll go back to the hotel, little study out, little study hall type thing. Probably a team meeting, and then it's everybody in their room by, 9 o'clock. And
you're watching the Tonight Show, and
yeah,
getting ready for the next day.
You got team breakfast at 6:30. Bus leaves at 7:30. You get to the bowling center an hour early. It's
The point there, and I wanted you to go through that because I hadn't heard it in a while. Is just this isn't just hey, I'm bowling and it's just fun. It's a lot of work.
Oh yeah. It's just like what they do during the week at school. They have class, then they have practice. the majority of the schools have some type of workout a couple, 2-3 days a week. That it's a mandatory team workout. It may only be for an hour, but they have to go to the gym. They work with a fitness coach or something in their gym. And then it starts over. You go have your dinner at night, and then you got to go home and do your studies. And then next thing you know, it's bedtime, and your daily routine starts again the next day. Yeah, it's not all sunshine and rainbows like it was when you were youth bowling back in the day. You'd go bowl your 3-4 game block, and then you went sightseeing.
Oh yeah.
And
got into some trouble.
Well, and what's cool is some of these coaches use that Thursday when they travel in. They'll do their practice session, and then they'll go see something meaningful to the city. John from Vanderbilt, when I was there, he always did something of historical significance or something meaningful and used it as a learning experience. When we went to UMES's tournament, we went to Washington, D.C., and we went to the Lincoln Memorial, saw the White House, stuff like that. We went to Philly, and we went and saw where it all began in Philadelphia. And we saw the Liberty Bell. I believe a couple years ago, he took him up the Rocky stairs at the
really?
Is it the library?
Yeah.
The one library in Philly. And he did that, but it's always something. And I know, like Louisiana Tech, we had them in for a tour yesterday, and they were coming to Nashville. They had some local barbecue. Nashville's known for barbecue. And then they went and toured the Grand Ole Opry.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of these coaches, these young women get to see so many different cities and places that they also use it to educate them about where they're going and stuff.
Sam Houston State now at 4:31. North Carolina A&T State at 3:44.
We talked earlier today about Junior Gold being in Cleveland this year, and we talked about the sponsorship side, but there's kind of some cool stuff you can do in Cleveland. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in Cleveland. I believe the NFL for the Football Hall of Fame isn't too far away.
Yeah, it's in Canton, wherever that is.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far. The Cleveland Indians. I haven't looked at their schedule to know if they're in town or not, but there's just stuff to do, and a lot of these people get to experience those things when they go. It's not just totally about the event; it's an experience as well.
All right, 2 games in. Cruises right along a lot nicer when I got a good guest in like you.
Well, I know you like to hear yourself talk, Mike, but
I do.
But it's very hard to call the action all the time, just by yourself.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the day when I run out of something to say. When that day happens, it's going to be a sad day for these live streams.
Mike, I think the only day that's going to happen is the day you leave us.
Leave planet Earth. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so here's our update. 3:43 for Louisiana Tech, 3:21 for Bethune-Cookman. And Sam Houston State, 4:31. North Carolina A&T State, 3:44. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in these last 3 games of this match.
We got a nice tight little match here on the pair to our left.
Yeah, we do. I'll tell you what, though, I wouldn't put it past this match over here to get a little bit closer over here on the right side. I know it's 90 pins now, 87 or whatever, but I could see Kim Terrell Kearney over there just kind of kind of looking. She's got a little evil eye on her right now.
Yeah, Sam Houston Greek churched in the first.
Yeah.
And then North Carolina A&T starts with strike 4-9.
Right.
Little
Right.
letdown, and then she makes it.
I know.
So it'd be nice to see a nice little run by him.
Yeah, 210. Maybe she'll pick this up. Okay, flat pattern. How do you pick the 210?
Throw it straight.
Just however you throw it,
my theory on spares is no matter what pattern you're bowling on, if you throw it straight, you can do the same thing in every bowling center you go to. Doesn't matter. So you use plastic, throw it straight, however you got to do it. But to me, it's easier to become repetitive and make more spares if you're always doing the same thing. So you can learn how to hit the 2-pin in the face.
Yep.
But then you can go practice on hitting the left side of the 2-pin. So no matter what bowling center you go to in the world, if you leave the 210 and you practiced hitting the left side, throwing it straight, all you got to do is do what you practice.
Absolutely.
But if you hook it, you're bringing in a whole new variable of the lane, the transition, the oil, your angles. To me, if you're playing the lane and how the lane's broke down and what's out on the lane, you're never shooting it the same. Because your angle is going to be different. Maybe one day you're throwing it faster. Maybe one day you're throwing it slower. It just take out as many variables as you can and make it as easy as possible.
Cindy Myers checking in here in the chat says Junior Gold usually falls on the week of MLB's All-Star break. So we're talking about the Cleveland Indians potentially playing. I'll actually tell you something. I was looking at the schedule last year. We normally do that Term of the Americas stream. Yep. And this year I don't believe that we are because of all the other commitments and things we have going on at that time. But the All-Star game is at Marlins Park this year. And it's within a day of that event. I could have made it in, gone to the figured out a way to go.
You could have pulled the scam. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I could have. Yeah,
you could have pulled the scam.
Yeah,
and you dropped the ball.
Essentially, I could have done it, but I'll miss out on that one. I'll tell you another thing I missed out on. It's kind of there's not a lot of stuff that happens in Ogden, Utah, or even Salt Lake City for that matter. Things that I'm interested in. And I watched that Celebrity Apprentice again this year, and the guy that won.
Well, don't tell me. I'm still catching up on my DVR.
All right. Well, I'm just going to tell you that the person that won is going to be in Ogden doing a stand-up comedy thing.
Yeah.
And I'm out of town. I'm streaming the Boom Doubles. And then, last week, I just signed up for this Meetup app where you can go meet, entrepreneurs or things you're interested in, film groups, all this stuff. And I've been on it for a while, but I don't ever find anything that I'm interested in. So there was this thing called EntrepreneurCon. And I looked.
Con and stuff?
Yeah, but it's just a small thing. And I was like, oh, this is cool. What is this? And Gary Vaynerchuk was going to speak. And I'm like, I like Gary Vaynerchuk. It's $100. And I looked at it, and he spoke yesterday at 10:30 in the morning, and my flight was 7:30 in the morning. So I missed it. But he collaborated with some YouTube stars in Utah that I follow. And those are really cool. So I took a screenshot of it, and I tweeted it out. And Gary V retweeted my tweet yesterday. So I got a little love for that.
So that made it worth it.
Made it a little bit. It made it a little bit better. We got quite the game here going on by Louisiana Tech. Four-bagger, big O nasty split open, double, now possible spare here at the 3-5.
Over on the other pair, Sam Houston really is liking this left lane. They came out of the gate with 245, struggled a little bit on the right lane with 186, and you know, with 2 frames to go, they got a max score of 256 here again on this left
I guarantee you the 5th game will be Bold on the left lane.
At this point, yes.
You can book that. I know it's March Madness, but this one you can book. Now watch, they'll shoot like 279 on the right lane the next game, and that bet just gone.
Saw someone in the chat asked about, you know, Matt Turek.
Yeah.
It is kind of, it's not the same without
know.
him in the booth all the time.
I know. It's making me work. I'll tell you what, I've learned this stuff a lot better.
Yeah, he used to push all the buttons. He used to just do all the fun stuff.
Yeah, I used to just be like, hey, you got a word misspelled. Hey, I don't like that's somebody bumped your camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you got to do it all.
Yeah. Yeah. But I will tell you, I've streamed, I think, 4 of these in a row on my own, and, man, I'm really learning. Like, I got replay now. Like, here we go. Take a look at this. Let's see if we can get a good shot. Well, that wasn't bad, but we'll go ahead. We'll take another look at it right here. Let's take a look. Why'd she leave the 10-pin, Rob?
It just looks like her ball came in, you know, started up a little late, came in a little flat, and just, you know, left a little flat 10.
Whoa, but see, I didn't have it set up to do the come back with the overlay. See, that's where I got to learn.
We'll have to do it again.
There's that overlay. So you always got to be. So what I really needed to do is I needed to put this layer down here. These layers need to go down a line. These need to go down a line. These go down a line. Then all the replays appear up there, and then that thing comes back. That's crazy.
It's pretty fancy.
We've come a long way, man. It just keeps getting better.
Just the whole live streaming in general has gotten better because, you know, you see all these teams walking around. They used to use a platform a lot called Ustream.
Yep.
You know, they would use their phones, and now they're on iPads. Heck, now they're using Facebook Live.
Yep.
You know, and the quality just keeps getting better. You know, after I said that Sam Houston had a chance to go at ball 250, they missed a single pin in the 9th, and they got a spare up at the fill ball. Still a good game, 224 on the left lane. North Carolina A&T needs a double in the 10th for 184 here. Just A&T's really struggling to get something going.
Yeah, they are, and let's flash forward like 3 years from now when we're like, that's another 220. For
Louisiana Tech, strong game, 216. They're going to have a nice little lead after 3 over Boothing-Cookman.
Yep. Had a little bit of a stream issue here, it's saying, but I'm green. If that ever goes, nothing on my end looks bad. We got a 52 down. We'll see what our up is here in a second. Let's see if anybody says it came back. 152 over there.
Somebody said it's back.
Okay, good.
I wonder if we could find somebody to fetch us a new standing sheet.
Oh, yeah. They've been forgetting about us.
Give me a new one.
Update this graphic. Headed into game number 4. 478 for Bethune-Cookman. Louisiana Tech 559. Sam Houston State 6:55. Strong. 496. North Carolina A&T.
There's definitely some scores to be had out there, but the pattern is still demanding and still requires some good shot making.
All right. Updated standings there for you. You see the 559 to 478 and 655 to 496. That is for 3 games, 2 to go. Don't forget, tomorrow I'll be back with you at 9:30 a.m. for 5 traditional games of bowling. (9:30) till about the same time. Takes about the same amount of time. Then we will be back Sunday with the finals. Same time. Be about a half day though. About 12:30.
Should be done by 1 o'clock or so.
Yeah, something like that.
Thank you, Ethan. Ethan Hansen bringing us the updated standing sheet.
Yeah, so here we go. Arkansas State University is led from the very beginning. They bowled 1126 in the first match, then 1044, then 1019. They sit at 3189, but the gap has been narrowed by 11 pins. Delaware State still in second, 1006, 1090, and then 1030. They sit at 3126. Just 6 pins behind Fairleigh Dickinson. Bowled 958, came back with 1110, which was the highest game, or the highest Baker match for the set number 2. And then 1052 the next game, which was that high also?
That was high, yes.
So during match 2 and match 3, I should say, they had the highest match total. 1110 and 1052 after a 958, so they're in third. Fourth is McKendree. They opened up at that big 1123 and then 951 and bounced back with 1029. University of Maryland Eastern Shore in fifth, 969, then 1007 and 1004. Bowling pretty consistent there. Followed by Adelphi, University of Wisconsin Whitewater, Vanderbilt, St. Francis College of New York, Stephen F. Austin, your top 10. Our team that we just had here, which was Franklin Pierce, they bowled 948, but only moved up a couple of spots, which was a big improvement over their other games. Prairie View.
Yeah, ironically, in that second round, you know, Arkansas State had the third highest team set, but yet they lost the match.
Oh, yeah.
They lost the match. So, you know, they either bowled Delaware or Fairleigh Dickinson in the second round.
Should be able to figure that out for you. A1. They bowled C2.
They'll go up one more. Match 2.
Oh, match 2.
Is where they lost.
My bad. A1C3. Fairleigh Dickinson.
Yep. With the highest set of the day so far.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry. Third highest set of the day.
But the highest that match
round, yeah.
Well, not by a lot, by 20. That's just bad luck. I often wonder if there's some other format in college bowling that has yet to be discovered. I don't know what it would be.
Me either. You know, the Baker format, it's so popular because, especially when you get down to Sunday in this event, and it's just best of. There's no total pins, nothing. It's the easiest format to follow as a fan.
Yeah.
You know, it's up 1-0, up 2-1. Very, very easy to follow. I do like how the NCAA does it to where every match is a win and a loss, and that you have a record for the year.
Yeah.
Like just in comparison, last weekend at sectionals, they will 64 Baker games, I believe it is, 32 on Saturday, 32 on Sunday, which is great. It's a lot. It's a total pins event, stuff like that. But when you're here as a spectator, there's no competition against the team on their pair.
No.
It's harder. Like, if you're not following a certain team and cheering them on, to me it's harder to follow. Like,
it is.
Like this, there's meaning in every match, and not that the total pins format there's not meaning, because every game matters. But I like how they use a win-loss record, much like all the other sports.
Right.
And at the end of the year, this is one of the factors that determines if you make it to the NCAA championships.
Yeah. Well, we talked about Sam Houston State for sure going to be bowling on the left lane, but they've got a 4-bagger now on the right lane.
They're going to try to make you eat your words, Mike.
That's going to be interesting.
You told the viewers to book it, that they will pick the left lane.
Well, what would you do now at this point?
I mean, you can look at it two ways. They didn't really struggle for the 224, to finish game 3 of this match. They didn't really struggle. Isn't that what they had, 224?
They had 186 on that lane the last time.
I mean, on the left, when they were on the left lane, the last game. So they had 224, but they missed a single pin late. So it's really kind of a 230 game. Going to come over to the right lane. Now they just 3, 6, 9, 10. Probably going to bowl 220. You're going to be right here. But in this instance, if you're bowling 250 on the right lane, sometimes it's best to just stay there.
Yeah.
Because you don't know how that other lane's transitioned. The right lane, if they would have bowled 250 this game, they know exactly what's going on that lane right now.
What if they bowl 233?
I mean, it's a. It all depends how you see it.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the overall scope of the match, or are you looking at what just happened?
I think I'd ask my players, what lane would you guys rather bowl on?
Yeah, because they might not even remember they bowled 180 on this lane the first time.
Oh, we like this pair. Yeah. I got that one way wide, and it still came back.
Yeah. And you never know. They may not have just didn't bowl well. Game 2 for the 186 game.
True.
And maybe they like the rack on the right lane a little bit. I mean, there's so many variables that make you pick it. I'm going to say you have a safe bet that they'll take the left lane, just because, they're going to be about a little even and a little plus on the right lane, and they're 50-some over on the almost 60 over or 70 over on the left lane. But you never know.
Very impressive set here, though, for their team.
Especially after having some early struggles. 820 out of the gate. I'm sure that's not how Coach Hagan drew it up on.
No.
Drew it up on the board this morning to get out of the gate, break a pair down. But
245, 186, 224, and now possible, she picks the 710 here.
You just call it 222 if she gets the 1. They're going to be 70-some over. You're looking at bowling 1100.
Oh yeah.
There's only been 3 1100s bowled so far in the entire tournament. So that can move them right up the standings real fast. I mean, right now they're in 19th. 100 pins, probably jump them easily into the top, top 15. Maybe even gain a little more ground. Because currently there's only 4 teams in the field averaging above 200.
Yep. So 876. Sam Houston State through 4 games. Now they're talking about it right now, I think.
Yeah, we should just yell at Brad and ask him.
Hey, Brad, what lane you guys bowling on? What lane you choosing? No, we didn't have a personal bet.
No,
It was just
no bet. But Mike was for sure you were taking the left lane. He told people to book it.
Prior to that game.
Yeah.
Before that game even started.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he says they're staying on the right lane, and I would almost guarantee that the only reason is because they know what's going on that lane right now.
Well, a tough game for Louisiana Tech. 134.
And they built a nice lead. What? They built a nice lead. Now, missed a couple single pins. Honestly, looks like 5 missed spares in the game, and all of a sudden we could have a match here.
Yep. $162 for North Carolina A&T.
What?
I said I didn't say anything to anybody anyway.
Mike, I think you may have changed Coach Hagan's mind.
Is he moving?
The girls have now moved to the left lane.
Oh, my gosh.
So I don't know if he let the girls pick or – I mean, he told us he was staying on the right lane.
Yeah, he did. But I think the girls got the better of him and said, what are you thinking here, Coach?
Yeah.
No, I win again. That's funny. Maybe he hadn't even thought about it yet when I was like, well, we're bowling on the right lane.
But he said we're staying on the right lane. I'm like, I mean, he was confident. Not even 60 seconds went by and they're bowling on the left lane.
Now watch, they'll bowl a bad game, and then he's going to turn around and give me a death stare.
Oh, I would blame it all on you.
Well, I hope they bowl 290. Yeah, you're right. This is becoming a match over here. Striking out here in the 10th frame, potentially.
Yeah, gaining. If she strikes on the fill, they're going to gain 46.
180.
Takes it up to 658, right?
Yep.
670?
658.
Or 658, yeah. $35 pins.
Okay, there's your updated scores. You see it right there. Bethune-Cookman, 658. Louisiana Tech, 693. Sam Houston State, Alexa stay on the left lane now, or flip back to it, I should say, 876. And North Carolina A&T State, 658. I'd like to see North Carolina do a little something here.
Yeah, dig deep, show a little heart, strong finish. The match is over, but you still got another match to end the day, and you like to have a little momentum before you go to your next pair. What? Did the girls choose the left lane? Who chose the left lane?
He doesn't know. Now he doesn't know who chose the left lane.
Well, the Louisiana Tech Bethune-Cookman match, both teams start off with a mark in the first. Bethune-Cookman trying to come back from 30, what did I say, 34 down, 35 down.
Yeah, 35. Well, Sam Houston's got the double now, so.
Yeah, a little hiccup in the second. You talked about North Carolina A&T needing a strong little finish. They got, open turkey to start. And
make it a
just make it a four-bagger. Still showing some fight.
Yeah. I will predict a trend in NCAA collegiate bowling. I think that you're going to see more female accomplished coaches continue to pop up.
Oh, I agree. You're already seeing. We have PWBA player, Alicia Current used to coach Delaware State. She's now moved on because of her husband's new job. And then we have PBA pro Kayla Bandy coaching University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Brandy Bronca is coaching Maryville. The coaching is just going to get better and better, and it's getting stronger. It's very. The future is bright for both men's and women's bowling, but I can't say it enough of how far NCAA women's bowling's come over the last 10 years.
I think about wasn't it Mark Scroggins that was at West Texas?
He was at West Texas.
Is he
yes.
still there?
I believe so.
Unless my memory's escaping me, isn't he like the only pro bowler that coaches a men's team, like a male deal?
Well, actually, male.
Randy Lightfoot, he's a PBA Tour champion at Lindenwood, but Phil Vida's pretty much taken over most of that program.
Yeah, Mike Napes, a former PBA player, he's here coaching a team this week.
Oh, okay.
What you had said on the men's side, this is.
Yeah, I was just thinking, female. You got Shannon O'Keefe with McKendry. You got Kim Terrell-Kearney.
Bill Straub's a PBA champion.
Well, yeah, that's true.
When Mark Roth made the 710 on TV, remember that?
Yeah.
It was against Bill Straub.
Was it? Mm-hmm. I didn't remember that.
Pull
Makes
up
sense.
YouTube. There's your fun fact for the day.
I like it.
I think Michael Haugen's coached a little bit in college, maybe down in the Arizona area, maybe some assistant coach stuff, but.
I would think that'd be a good job for a fringe player on the men's tour.
Jesse Buss was coaching a collegiate program for a while.
Was he?
Yeah. Run a pro shop.
It was actually funny when I said fringe player. He was the first guy that popped into my mind.
Yeah, they. I think it's tough, a little bit tough, because, the PBA Tour has now gone. Their big events come in chunks. You got the 3-week major swing, and then you got usually have a summer swing, a fall classic, a World Series in the U.S. Open. So their big events are always in chunks. But this new extra frame tour that they've kind of started, I mean, this is a 10-week ordeal now. It's on the Extra Frame channel. It's still somewhat regional, but it's expanding. So their schedule is getting fuller and fuller, and with these colleges and stuff bowling on the weekends, it's hard to compete. Now the Extra Frame Tour is bowling a lot over the summer, which is good. but it's just dead opposite the women's. You know,
Correct.
there's gonna be a ton of coverage on the Extra Frame Network this summer with the PBA and the PWBA.
Yeah, and some of the PBA 50 stuff too, even on top of it. I'll be anxious to see what they end up doing for equipment over there at the PBA. I haven't followed up on that at all.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything either. Once our bowling balls got recovered from the stolen truck, I kind of checked out on the deal for a little bit. Well, we're getting down to the thick of things here in this Louisiana Tech Bethune-Cookman match. It's fairly close. Bethune-Cookman is ahead by 3 in the 6th frame. Spare up in the 7th. La Tech with a strike in the 7th, but facing a washout in the 8th.
Just gets 2. I forgot to tell you this, but when we were at the Masters, you know, that was the week after Tommy Jones had missed that washout.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommy picked a washout kind of in a funny way. And Kim had got it on film.
It was posted on the Instagram page, right?
And then she thought about it and pulled it down. And I walked up to Tommy and told him that he should go give her some trouble about it. He never did, but yeah, she just put too soon.
Yeah. If you know Tommy, it was okay.
Right.
Because that's how Tommy rolls. You know, he's going to pick on you when things are going good, and he'll pick on you when things are going bad. So he's got to be able to, if he can dish it, he's got to be able to take it.
Right.
Yeah, it was a brutal ending, but, you know, props to EJ Tackett on the win. And, you know, it's good to see Tommy back there competing, you know, for the titles again.
Oh, yeah. He's actually been on a kind of a quiet run here.
He won the extra frame points last year, you know. A lot of people didn't, you know, a little under the radar. Mike, we got a match here. Bethune-Cookman's got a double in the 8th and 9th. Louisiana Tech with the open in the 8th for 129, and the spare in the 9th. Louisiana Tech leaves a 3-6-10. I believe if Bethune-Cookman throws this strike here, they actually take the lead. 9-pin.
So they can still bowl 195.
Louisiana Tech needs a mark.
Oh, only gets 2.
So now Bethune-Cookman can make the spare.
155.
Make the spare in 6, I believe.
848 for Louisiana Tech.
She did convert the 9-pin. So they need 191. She needs 6. 6.
Yep. They haven't got less than 7 the whole game.
It's a pretty good shot.
Yep.
Strikes.
So 195. $853 to $848.
pretty big comeback for Bethune-Cookman there, Mike. They
Sure was.
down nearly 100 after 2, and they battled back to, or after 3 games, I'm sorry, got it all back and won the match.
Okay, so you see the final scores there. Bethune-Cookman 853. They're your winner over Louisiana Tech 848. Sam Houston State 1074 over North Carolina A&T State 860. Little team meeting down there after that tough loss, you see. But that's going to pretty much do it here for our match number 4. Rob, I want to thank you for spending time with me for a couple of games in the booth. I want to wish you safe travels to the Rodman and good luck with everything you got going on. And thanks to you and Columbia 300 for the sponsorship of Vanderbilt and this event. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to come stream.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, and I look forward to, following along from Memphis this weekend. I'll put it on my iPad and kind of follow the action along and listen to you, and I'll send you some critiques through text message.
Oh, that's a good idea.
As usual.
I like that. I like that. All right, everybody. Well, that's Rob Gottschall from Ebony International, and I'm Mike Flanagan. We'll be back in just a little bit here on Inside Bowling with our final match of the day. 5 games more coming up here, Baker style, from Smyrna, Tennessee, in just a moment. Welcome back to our 5th match of the day, 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic. I'm Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com. I want to thank the folks over at Columbia 300 for sponsoring the event, and don't forget Vanderbilt University hosting the event here. Largest NCAA field in NCAA schedule. So this is our last match of the day. It'll be 5 games again. We have Wisconsin Whitewater is actually bowling unopposed. So we'll just have one team on 27-28 for you, and then over on lanes 29 and 30. We have Fairleigh Dickinson and Elmhurst College. So this is game 21 of coverage today of Baker competition. Don't forget tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m., you can join us for 5 games of traditional bowling. As soon as I get a standings after Baker match number 4, I will get those to you. If you are just coming in for the first time today, after 3 matches, Arkansas State is your leader at 31-89. Second is Delaware State at 31-26. Third is Fairleigh Dickinson at 31-20. Fourth was McKendree at 31-03. Fifth, University of Maryland Eastern Shore at 29-80. Followed by Adelphi, Wisconsin Whitewater, Vanderbilt, St. Francis College of New York, and Stephen F. Austin University. Elmhurst College was in 33rd after 3 Baker matches. I want to give a shout out to Drew in the chat. How are you today, Drew? I know how much you enjoy watching the bowling. Don't forget, hit that subscribe button down below if you want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get instant notifications when we are live with bowling. We're in Smyrna, Tennessee, a suburb of Nashville. And this is our first of 2 NCAA Women's Collegiate Bowling events in back-to-back weekends. Don't forget to join us next weekend as well for the Southland Bowling League Championships. So Wisconsin Whitewater, strike, open, spare, 9-pin. Should be a spare here. Easily covered. And Fairleigh Dickinson with a variety of all with a strike, spare, and open now. Elmhurst struggling with 2 opens to start. Drew, that's awesome that you're going bowling tonight, buddy. Happy to have you in watching our broadcast today. If you want to interact with me here in the booth, you can just type into the chat. Be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. I would think it would be difficult to bowl against a bye. Trying to just stay focused on total pins, trying to make it, into the finals on Sunday. I would think that just staying focused, not pacing with anyone's got to be kind of difficult here for Wisconsin Whitewater. Crossover in the 7th for a strike. Elmhurst has a double. Fairleigh Dickinson now has a couple of splits in this game here. They got to be careful. Game can go south in a hurry with a bunch of splits, and now there's another split, just a baby split for the leadoff bowler. Pattern today is 40 feet in length, 27 total milliliters of oil on the lanes, and it's a 2-to-1 ratio. There have been 20 games bowled on this pattern prior to this game that we've seen today. So broken down quite a bit. It would be like 4 games of traditional 5-person league So imagine if you bowled your league and you bowled 3 games and then you bowled 1 more game, and now that's where you're at coming into this game. Granted, there is 27 milliliters of oil out there, so this oil pattern will hold up, but you should see scores get a little bit higher towards the end of the day, I would think. So we did see our highest game bowled and set bowled by Sam Houston State, bowled 1,074 on 29 and 30 just in our last match. So Wisconsin Whitewater hanging in there. They got the 1 open in there, no doubles to make up for it. See what they can do here in the 9th, setting up the 10th frame. Pretty good shot, really good shot. So that's exactly what you need to do, see if they can get a double here. First hit in the 10th. There you go. Got a little bit of a crowd around me again for these teams. They must travel well. I want to thank Doug Dukes and Rob Gottschall for joining me on the broadcast today. Be here bringing the rest of it to you today. Just me, myself, and I. And tomorrow morning, don't forget, I will be back with traditional team game bowling at 9:30 here from Smyrna Bowling Center in Smyrna, Tennessee. Inside bowling.
What is it?
Inside bowling.
Okay, just type inside bowling into Google.
You can go to insidebowling.com.
Okay.
You can go to YouTube and type in inside bowling, either way.
Thank you very much.
Lots of people wanting to know how they can come find the webcast. I think I maybe need a banner here that says where to go. So strong finish for Wisconsin Whitewater here. They can bowl 207. They're going to bowl a lot faster, so my graphics are probably going to be off a little bit. But we'll see what we can do. See if I can't. Big strike for Fairleigh Dickinson in the 9th. Wisconsin Whitewater underway in game number 2 of their 5 games. Once again, bowling unopposed. Fairleigh Dickinson now looking at potential 159 with a spare and a strike. Possible 170 for Elmhurst.
Go Whitewater!
was just told that the scores are being done right now, and I will have a score update here for you shortly. So Fairleigh Dickinson finishes with 157. Not the start they were looking for. And Elmhurst looks like it's going to be a close match to start. Fairleigh Dickinson's been bowling really good today. This might just be a tough pair. Looks like 160 for Elmhurst. All right. Get you guys updated here. There are your scores. Wisconsin Whitewater 207, Fairleigh Dickinson 157, and Elmhurst with 160. All right, good start there by Fairleigh Dickinson. Yeah, they definitely travel well. Thanks, Rick. I have a standings update after match number 4. Arkansas State University still leads. They bowled 984 in match 4. Delaware State in second, bowled 1,012. Very consistent today, Delaware State. 1,006, 1,090, 1,030, 1,012. Third is Fairleigh Dickinson, and you see them right here. We've got them on our live stream. They bowled 958, 1110, 1052, and 998. So that start of 157 was not characteristic of what they've been bowling. In fourth now is McKendree. 1123, 951, 1029, and 1001. They sit at 4104. Fifth is University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Sixth is Vanderbilt now with 1044 their last game. University of Wisconsin Whitewater is in seventh, and they are currently right up on your screen bowling unopposed. They've bowled games of 966, 920. 989 and 945. St. Francis College of New York is in 8th at 38-18, 2 behind Whitewater, 90 behind Vanderbilt. Adelphi is in 9th at 37-93, Sacred Heart in 10th at 37-89. One pin behind them, we just saw Sam Houston State bowl 1,074, which was the high game in the building for Baker match number 4. They're now in 11th, made a big jump, 10 spots. Now 37-88 is where they sit. So Wisconsin Whitewater now with 88 in the fourth, a spare up in the fifth, and leadoff bowler now up in the sixth frame. Hook a lot. Wow, it almost did. Slow ball speed allowed that bowling ball to potentially get back to the head pin. It did, just didn't quite get back enough. A little right of target, it looked like. Mm, 4-7-10 on not that bad of a shot. Fairleigh Dickinson in third, coming in, as I said. 55 pins out of the lead. Bowled sets of 958, 1110, 1052, and 998. Not sure what's going on here with the foul marking up above. I guess she fouled. We've seen a couple fouls on this pair, but it was a foul earlier in game one. We haven't seen one since. Now there's a spare. They just said no cheering for foul spare. Doesn't count, parents said. It's not very nice. You are watching the second game of this 5-game match. Total pins. Women's teams do switch pairs after each game. Switch lanes, I should say, within their pair. They alternate back and forth. 2 on each, and then whoever has the most pins knocked down gets lane choice for the 5th and final game. Wisconsin Whitewater, they've got some momentum. They are in 7th, coming in at 38-20. Pretty good shot there from Elmhurst. After the gutter ball. It's always tough to throw a gutter and hit the pocket on the next shot. It's all in your head sometimes. Want to give a shout out to Leanne Sullivan, telling everybody go to your computer, go to Inside Bowling, watch Warhawk Bowling. Absolutely. Welcome in everybody from Wisconsin Whitewater that may be watching right now. Well, it's going to be back-to-back 200 games for Wisconsin Whitewater. That's a good start. Possible 205. Coming off 207. Put them at 412. See how I did that math? Piece of cake. I don't know if I could bowl that well being unopposed, but they're sticking together and doing their thing. Maybe they got a little more comfort over there on the lanes. But keep in mind they bowled 966, 920, 989, 945. So bowling by themselves here might be just what the doctor ordered. Hmm? 205. Puts them at 412. I'll have that graphic updated once the other teams are complete. Nice bowling so far to Wisconsin Whitewater. Nothing flashy, just picking some spares, catching some doubles here and there. And then that game with 4 in a row. Maybe they'll start with the front 8. They'll have an Andy Verapapa 300. That'd be pretty cool. Here we go. Well, there's the first one. Well, neither Elmhurst or Fairleigh Dickinson are doing very well over here on 29 and 30 at all. Possible 146, possible 180. Fairleigh Dickinson with a foul and a missed single pin now. And they're in 3rd place. See if their setup and anchor bowlers can help bail them out here. Comes in light for the 2-8. More of the same from Wisconsin Whitewater, just marking along. Sure, they'd love to come out of this last unopposed pair, a little extra breathing room. Shoot 1,000, 1,050, something like that. That'd feel real good going back to the room or to dinner or wherever that may be. This 29 and 30 has been really tricky. You know, we do have the doors right here in front of the desk, and depending on where they came from, I'm sure the lanes did transition different here right in front of the doors. So 138 for Fairleigh Dickinson. It's a 295 start. 294 for Elmhurst. Really low scoring pair. I don't know what happened here. Parents trying to get the squad fired up here. So you have it, updated graphic after 2 games. 412 for Wisconsin Whitewater. Fairleigh Dickinson, 295. Elmhurst, 294. Just to give you an idea here in the standings. Currently right now, Fairleigh Dickinson is in third at 41-18. So far through 2 games, Wisconsin Whitewater's picked up 117 pins, and they were in 7th. On Fairleigh Dickinson, just to give you a little info on what's happening right in front of us right now, 3rd through 7th there. That was a big one there. You make a good shot for a strike and then take advantage of a break right there on a Brooklyn. That's really, really important to get the momentum going. Loosens the arm swing for the whole team. And Elmhurst, who coming into this game or this match was in 33rd position, averaging just 163. They probably didn't necessarily think they'd be in this match. Really good shot there for Fairleigh Dickinson. It's just a bad break. Important to cover the spare. I anticipate Fairleigh Dickinson coming up with a big shot here. This will be in the 1-3 for a strike. No, comes in high, 3-6. They're not easy, folks. 40-foot oil pattern, 27 milliliters of oil, 2-to-1 ratio. It's amazing that Sam Houston State came over to this pair and bowled so well the last game. They bowled their highest game on this pair. Must be something about the attack. Fairleigh Dickinson seems to be more in the middle of the lane than Sam Houston State was. Good cover. So Wisconsin Whitewater can still bowl 183. That opened in the 9th frame didn't help, and they haven't been able to throw a double this game. We just heard, come on, Sammy, trust the shot, focus. That's a pretty ball on lane 27 now for the anchor bowler for Wisconsin Whitewater. Possible 183. Still bowling real consistent. Still have an opportunity to bowl their highest game thus far. Big double there. It's 181 now for University of Wisconsin Whitewater. 593 is what they start with. .207 would be nice here for them. Put them at even with a game to go. Now Fairleigh Dickinson getting it going. They've got the double. You probably heard that. And now let's see what happens. Looks like Elmhurst is going to go first. Elmhurst with 3 single pin misses this game. So Whitewater switching lanes, leaving a 10 pin. Really good shot. Now, if there's a strike here in the pocket for Fairleigh Dickinson, you're going to hear a loud roar. Nope, high again. 3-6, 6-10s, 3-6-10 combination seems to be pretty familiar right now to what's going on in this pair. Nice spare for Elmhurst. Fairleigh Dickinson coming back nicely. Possible 233 now. You are watching game number 3 on the right side of your screen on 29 and 30, and you're watching game number 4 on the left side of your screen with Wisconsin Whitewater bowling unopposed. And now Fairleigh Dickinson, after getting off to a horrible start of 157, 138, has now found their groove and can bowl 233. Elmhurst bowled 160 and 134. Trails by 1 pin coming into this game, but now it's going to get quite lopsided in this game number 3 as it gets completed. We have 2 more to play today, and then we are done with today's coverage. There'll be 25 total games you will have seen here on Inside Bowling, Baker coverage. And then tomorrow we'll be back with 5 games of traditional team format beginning at 9:30 a.m. We do have 36 teams here, 35 to be exact, with the bye. And those 35 teams will compete again tomorrow. So it'll be Baker in regular team format. And then we will have a bracket for you Sunday morning where teams will advance to have a chance to take home the title. Whoa, I wasn't sure if that pin was going to fall down or not. So it was 221 for Fairleigh Dickinson. That's more like it. That improves their total to 516. And Wisconsin Whitewater now taking some extra time to finish out this game. We've almost got caught up to. And just a dynamite shot by the anchor bowler. Really impressed with her game. Elmhurst doubles in the 10th. .139 for Elmhurst. So it's 433 for Elmhurst. All right. Get that graphic updated for you. And there you have it. Wisconsin Whitewater through 3 games, 593. Fairleigh Dickinson, 516. And Elmhurst at 433. 2 more to go. Glad you're with us here at the 2017 Columbia 300 Music City Classic. I am Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling. Do us a favor, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, as well as give us a like down below on the screen if you're watching on a computer. Give us a like. Helps increase our rating on YouTube so that more people can find bowling when searching through, looking for it. I want to thank John Williamson and everyone at Vanderbilt University, along with Rob Gottschall and everyone over at Columbia 300 for allowing us to be here and making it possible for us to be here and bring you this live coverage of this Music City Classic hosted by Vanderbilt University. So here we go, switching lanes. Elmhurst gets us started. So Wisconsin Whitewater up in the 9th frame, still bowl 211. Pretty good shot. Just read off the pattern a little bit sooner than she wanted it to. Leaves the 4-pin. Fairleigh Dickinson now with a strike and a spare. This is a tough split right here. Just gets the count. Wisconsin Whitewater now finishing up game number 4. Ooh, what a great shot. Comes in light, but tickles those pins and can still bowl 200 even. I've been really impressed with what Wisconsin Whitewater's done. They just kind of grind through these games, try to catch a double here or there. Good spare shooting. And it's keeping them right in this thing. A lot of shots coming in high for Fairleigh Dickinson from the 3 and 4 bowlers. Just can't get the ball to the spot. Wants to check up early, right through the face every time. Ooh, and then runs by the 3-6. 198 for Wisconsin Whitewater. So 791 for their first 4 games. Nothing flashy. 207, 205, 181, 198. They're a half a game ahead of this other pair because they're bowling unopposed, so just keep them in the back of your mind. 791 for Wisconsin Whitewater. They are going to get the win. I just overheard from Mike Nape that the lanes are hooking a lot over here compared to where they came from. Actually, I take that back. Wisconsin Whitewater will not get the win because they're bowling the bye. It will just be a nothing. As if it didn't count. Only total pins will count towards this. Another interesting fact, 2 teams are undefeated. That's McKendree and University of Maryland Eastern Shore through the 4 matches. Fairleigh Dickinson has the one open on the easy spare, the 3-6, just flying by it. Timing issue probably. And we always say in bowling that you want to get a double to make up for any open. So here's a perfect opportunity to do so right now here in the 8th frame. Nope, not that time. Comes in and leaves a 2-4-5, which is interesting because players are going high and then going light. This pair's pretty difficult right now. Keeping an eye on Wisconsin Whitewater over there, opening with a split, 2 spares, and now an 8 count, a 7 count, an 8 count, and a 9 count. Wow, look at that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I do have a replay of that. Take a look at this. I think I have a replay. Yeah, I played. Really need to get that overlay to come up. Fairleigh Dickinson with a foundation strike. It's no fun when you cross over and you can't get a strike. I just got done doing that at the USBC Open Championships for 9 games. I didn't cross over all of them, but. Huge double for Fairleigh Dickinson. It's been a roller coaster ride here. 157, 138, 221. I think about 199. It's tough to make up 62 and 43, 105 pin deficit after 2 games on this pair, 105 under. That's tough. So here we go. Really good shot. It's still bowl 199. 160 for Elmhurst. Nice shot for Elmhurst. 160. 593. Fairleigh Dickinson finishes it out with 199. Nice finish, Fairleigh Dickinson. So Fairleigh Dickinson improves to 715. Elmhurst 593 in that match. So I'll get you an update. There you go. Wisconsin Whitewater 791 coming in. Last game here. 3 frames to go. Fairleigh Dickinson at 7:15. Elmhurst at 5:93 with a game to go. This is the last game of the day, everybody. Let's make it a good one. Happy you're with us. Thanks for watching InsideBowling.com. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Give us a like down below. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Inside Bowling. We will be back with more coverage tomorrow beginning at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. And again on Sunday at the same time. And then don't forget, next weekend we'll be at the Southland Bowling League Championships. More NCAA Women's Collegiate Bowling coming to you next weekend. Back-to-back weekends for Inside Bowling. Every time I look over, the anchor bowler for Wisconsin Whitewater's throwing strikes. Got the right ball in her hand, too. It's just pushing perfectly and just makes a little move on the back end. It's just perfect. They're finishing up right now. Can still bowl 203. Elmer starts with a double. Now staring at this bucket. Well, the 2, 4, 5, 7, and got 1. So pretty nice set here for Wisconsin Whitewater. They bowled 966, 920, 989, 945. And here they're going to be in the 970s. Very consistent bowling. 192. So that's going to give them 983. 983 for Wisconsin Whitewater. And that's going to conclude their coverage for today. Wisconsin Whitewater, nice bowling. They were in 7th coming in, so I don't know if that's going to keep them right around the same number or not. They did have a couple of teams behind them in Adelphi, St. Francis College of New York, and Sacred Heart, but they've solidified themselves inside the top 10, that is for sure. So 6 frames to go, folks. Fairleigh Dickinson throwing at the 7. Oh, and another miss. Fairleigh Dickinson misses the 7 pin. It's late in the day. Maybe fatigue has set in. It's quite the grind here. And with these being our featured pairs for the rest of the tournament, I don't know if Fairleigh Dickinson's going to want to come back and bowl on these pairs. Of course they do because they want to make the finals, but has not been friendly to them whatsoever. You don't? Okay. 96 in the 6th for Fairleigh Dickinson. Spare up in the 7th puts them at possible 206. Now, that's not going to be easy to do. Sure, they're ready to get all they can and get out of here. This pair has not been kind to them at all. It's been a tough pair for both teams, actually. I know Elmer's a little further down in the standings and haven't been bowling as well, but to see a team drop off like Fairleigh Dickinson has, I mean, they've really made a nice comeback, though, the last 2 games. 221, 199. Solid shot there in the 8th. See if they can get it going here, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Run the table here, 206. And then that's a bad break on the 7-pin, so possible 186 left. All right, good cover on the spare. Fairleigh Dickinson. Possible 152 for Elmhurst. Ooh, fortunate to get the 10 out there. Really? What was the final?
It was low. It was like in the 8s, but really 830 to 831.
Wow.
Swim lane's killer.
Delaware State just lost. I was just being told by 1 pin to Louisiana Tech. All right, so 140 for Elmhurst puts them at 733. And Fairleigh Dickinson, bowl 174. They're going to go a little over 100 under for this particular game, or this particular set, I should say. So how about 172? 887. So there you have it. Final scores, 983 for Wisconsin Whitewater. Very nice bowling. Bowling unopposed. Fairleigh Dickinson, 887. They didn't give up after bowling 150, 130. 221, 199, 172 to finish out. That's more like the scores they were looking for their last 3 games. Elmer, 733. Still some work to do for Elmhurst, but good luck to them in their bowling program and everything. We will be back tomorrow with more coverage. Traditional 5-game bowling tomorrow starting at 9:30 a.m. here on Inside Bowling. I'm Mike Flanagan. I'd like to thank Columbia 300 for sponsoring the Music City Classic. I'd like to thank Vanderbilt University for hosting the event. John Williamson, Josie Ernest, and the whole team there at Vanderbilt. Great job promoting this event and getting it to be the largest NCAA women's collegiate bowling tournament that there is in the country. We will be back tomorrow and next weekend with more coverage as well from the Southland Bowling League. Don't forget to check out the InsideBowling.com Open, the 2017 version coming up here in April 28th through the 30th, paying $10,000 for first place. Logo Infusion, InsideBowling.com Open, $2,000 added from Logo Infusion if you wear their jersey and win the tournament. That'd be $12,000 for first. You can sign up right now at InsideBowling.com. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on all our social outlets at Inside Bowling on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. I am Mike Flanagan. We'll see you guys on the next one.